250 years ago, at a town meeting in February, our town, which wasn't called Barre just yet, took up a warrant article that read, quote, "To see what sum or sums the town will grant to the Minutemen in said town for their encouragement, or to act anything relative thereto." Establishing and funding local Minutemen, led by John Black, was our first step in support of a revolution seeking to reclaim our system of self-government. You see, a year earlier, the British Parliament had passed a set of intolerable acts, one of which made meetings like this illegal. Our practice of local participatory democracy has a 400-year tradition, and we were not about to let some remote tyrants tell us we can't do it anymore. Our Minutemen and those from towns throughout Massachusetts took the fight to the Redcoats so that you could be here tonight doing the business of our town. Self-determination through self-government is a powerful version of democracy. Our state and federal representative democracies serve their purpose. But as Henry David Thoreau said, quote, "When in some obscure country town the farmers come together to a special town meeting to express their opinion on some subject which is vexing the land, that, I think, is the true Congress and the most respectable one that has ever assembled in the United States," unquote. By gathering together today, we honor and embrace town meetings of 250 years ago. They were the local democracies that, by their very nature, taught Americans the virtues and responsibilities of self-government. It was through the conduct of town meetings that the colonial American public embraced the inalienable right of self-determination, independent of the British Empire's control, which in turn sparked a revolt and fueled a revolution. The voices then raised, actions taken, financial support committed, and lives and liberties pledged at many town meetings in the Commonwealth remain our worthy heritage. Thank you for indulging me. We're going to start with 3 moderators' motions. Here they are. I ask for unanimous consent that the meeting dispenses with the reading of the warrant and the constable's return of service of that warrant, and that the moderator may not be required to read warrant articles verbatim, but may refer to them by number and/or subject matter. That the moderator may extend the floor to town management and staff and other non-voters, provided they must be recognized by the moderator. And that the moderator, pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 39, Section 15, be allowed to declare a two-thirds vote rather than taking a standing count.
So moved.
No objections. Those are adopted. You all should have what we call the Finance Committee booklet. And in that booklet are a list of warrant articles, expected motions. The motions you'll hear tonight will almost be the same as what you see in that book, but you should pay attention. And somewhat of a description in many cases of what that obscure language really means. As is our custom of the last few years, I'm going to use a consent agenda to dispense with a number of articles that typically wouldn't engender any discussion. The way that works is I'm going to go through and read a bunch of motions, and if you really feel like that motion needs to be discussed, you just yell out, "Hold." And we're going to practice that. Article 1, the motion would be, I move to pass over Article 1. There you go. So if there's something you want to discuss, you're going to call out hold like that, all right? That was just practice. Now we'll do it for real. So adding to the consent agenda, motion for Article 1 that we pass over Article 1. The motion for Article 2, that the town accept the written reports of the town departments for calendar year 2024, which is that big book that you got up front. Skipping ahead, Article 5. So You want to hold on Article 5? We're holding Article 5. Article 6. Article 6 is a motion that the town appropriate the sum of $980,010 for the Sewer Enterprise Fund for the operation and maintenance of the municipal sewer system for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, to be funded from sources, and you can see the sources in your booklet. We have a hold on 6. Skipping ahead to Article 10. Article 10 is the PEG Access and Cable Related Fund. It's a motion that the town transfer the sum of $110,000 from the PEG Access and Cable Related Fund to operate the Public Educational and Government Access and Cable Related Fund for FY26, and for the purpose of purchasing and installing equipment on the 3rd floor of the Henry Woods building to record public meetings and anything incidental or related thereto. Then Article 11. Article 11 is about revolving funds. These are not, we're not allocating money. This is just setting up accounts where organizations can take money in, like let's say the library assesses a fine, and then the library can then use that money. So these are called revolving funds. And each one of them has to have a cap that's set by town meeting. So it's a motion that the town establish spending limits to the town's revolving accounts established pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, and the town's bylaws, Chapter 48, Section 1, for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2025, as follows. And if you look at your book, you'll see that each of the lines gives you a department, who makes the decision on whether to spend it, where the money comes from, what it can be used for, and the maximum amount that can be passing through that fund over the fiscal year. Okay, moving ahead to Article 16. Article 16 is regarding the appointment of a paid part-time assessor. It's a motion that the town authorize the Board of Assessors to appoint one of its members to a paid part-time position under the supervision as allowed under the General Laws, Chapter 268A, Section 21A, and to fix the compensation of such an appointee to an hourly rate between $24 and $25 per hour, with funding for such position within the assessor's budget voted pursuant to Article 7. I don't know why, but for some reason we always have to do that one specific appointment in the warrant. And then Article 17 is the recertification of properties. It's a motion that the town raise and appropriate the sums of $10,000 to pay the costs associated with the assessor's recertification of properties, $1,500 for special appraisal expenses, $9,000 for cyclical reinspection, and $7,700 for annual interim adjustments, for a total of $28,200 for fiscal year 2026. There's a hold? Okay, we have a hold on 17. So, the consent agenda consists of motions on Articles 1, 2, 10, 11, 12, and 16. All those in favor of passing those articles, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So any of the ones that were held, we'll just be taking those as regular old articles as we go through the meeting. We've dispensed with 1 and 2, which brings us to the motion for Article 3. Payment of bills from a prior fiscal year. Do I have a motion? And I'm going to remind you all that, you see how the microphone is facing this way? You should stand facing this way. You're addressing all of your comments to the moderator. Everybody in the room should be able to hear you. If you can't hear somebody because you can't see their lips moving, which I understand, there's plenty of seats right up here next to that microphone so you can come up and take a look. So feel free to move whenever you need to. I will take a motion on Article 3.
Mark Reginas, 300 Spring Hill Road. I move to pass over Article 3.
We have a motion to pass over Article 3. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So on Article 4, we're doing a procedure called dividing the questions. So under this article, there are going to be two separate motions. And the reason that council advised that we do this is because that way there's different quantums of vote. One of them is going to need a majority and the other one is going to need 2/3. So I will entertain the first motion under Article 4.
Maureen Marshall, 1 of 840 Pleasant Street. Article 4, Motion 1. I move.
Okay, so they can't hear you. So
Can't hear me?
can you just get closer to the mic?
Better now? Okay, thank you. I move the town transfer the sum of $168,230 from free cash and $39,915.24 from the stabilization account for a total of $208,145,024 to fund snow removal deficit for FY25.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. As we all notice, Kathy Inman isn't here tonight. She's the one who usually gives me my seconds. So is there any discussion of this motion, the first motion on Article 4? We have somebody coming up behind you, Dr. Marshall.
Hi, Richard Barca, 30 Dana Road. I plead my ignorance. What was the budget allowed that we came up 300,000 short?
So the question is, why do we have well, it's not 300,000, it's 200,000, but 200,000 short. Why do we have a $2,000 short deficit on snow removal? Anybody able to answer that question?
I'm unable to give you the last year's voted amount just because I don't know if we have the FY25 in the booklet, I believe. Rich, could you just check that for FY25? What was the allocation for snow removal in the finance booklet? Everybody should have that in their hand, the orange booklet, and then the back of it you see the information from the Budget and Finance Committee booklet. Says FY25 and FY26. I'm sorry? 128. $651,000.
128,650?
Yes.
All right. And it was a light snow year. What do we?
Please step to the microphone and direct all of your questions to the moderator.
Just saying, it was a light snow year. Hard to believe that we came up 200,000 short. That's all just an observation.
If it's just an observation and no one needs an explanation, I will be seated, but if you'd like an explanation, I can do one.
People would like an explanation, Dr. Marshall.
One of the things that was problematic for us, we had a lot of sanding and salting, we had a lot of ice. That takes a lot of time and obviously a lot of overtime. We were undermanned, and as a result, we paid more overtime than we generally do. In addition to that, we were unable to get salt deliveries toward the end of the season when we still needed salt but couldn't get it. When we finally had access to the salt, we purchased $130,000 worth of salt, which is now readied for us in FY '26. I know nobody cares about having salt, but we had to take the salt when we could get it, and that's the way the state was distributing it.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the first motion under Article 4? Because we're taking money from the stabilization fund, this requires a 2/3 vote of town meeting. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries with more than 2/3. I will now entertain the second motion under Article 4.
Article 4, motion number 2. I move the town transfer $127,338.25 from the Capitalization Stabilization Fund to the debt principal account to fund the initial payment on the fire truck lease for FY 2025.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion about this motion? Mr. Urban.
Mr. Moderator, Matt Urban, 330 Williamsville Road. I'm just curious, is this expected to be the same payment for like the next 6 years or something? Was this a 7-year lease, if I recall? Could you confirm?
Can I get an answer to that question?
I believe that is the case. There is some interest due at certain times that might fluctuate somewhat, but from my understanding, it is pretty much stable, other than the fluctuation of interest in the first payment, and that's what we have before us.
Do you have a follow-up?
As we are funding this through free cash and, well, capitalization,
Just
capital
capitalization.
stabilization fund, and not through some other form of the standard operating budget in our debt schedule, how do we plan to accommodate this in future years in our budget?
Do we have an answer to that question?
I don't know if I have the exact answer that the town treasurer would give. I believe the town treasurer is just trying to take care of another meeting, and he will be joining us shortly, and we know what he knows very specifically what the lease agreement requires. It is my expectation that it is a debt excluded item, and that it would be funded based upon what the Budget and Finance Committee, town treasurer, would find that the Department of Local Services would require us to do it. Here we go. Here is the town treasurer.
I recognize the town treasurer if you have anything to add.
Yep, we're just explaining this.
Face me, please. Thank you.
This payment is actually in FY '25. It is built into the budget from FY '26 forward. So when you approve the omnibus budget, it should be in the debt service for that going forward. This was missed, unfortunately, being constructed into the FY '25 budget. We actually don't have this truck yet, but it is in process of being delivered. However, the lease agreement required us to make the payment in June of this year anyway, so we had no choice but to pay it. Otherwise, we face penalties and other fees.
Okay. So yeah, clarification that this is actually for FY 2025, not 2026. 2026 will be in the regular budget in a couple articles from here. Mr. Urban, you have a follow-up?
I do believe there's a reason for it, but could you explain why this wasn't shown under Article 3 for prior year expenses or similar?
We have a question as to why it was placed here in a separate article. I suspect the answer is because it was. I think that the placement of spending items into the warrant is at the sole discretion of the select board. They can put things wherever they want to put things.
I would just indicate also that we had all of our warrant articles and budgetary things reviewed by our legal counsel. And this is obviously something that was recommended and required from their perspective in order to ensure that we had the appropriate payment for the agreement, the lease agreement that we have.
Megan Doobie, 815 Wellwinnet Road. I just want to know how we are making sure that future contracts that we enter into make sure that we receive the service or the good at the time that we're paying, and that we're not paying for an older vehicle and getting it later.
Okay. We have a question about our process going forward. Do we have any answers on that question?
The fact that the fire truck is not available to us at this time is an assembly, on the assembly line problem, one that could not supposedly be avoided by the contractor who is producing the vehicle. That happens. It happens with our ambulances, and it also happens with these very specific and sophisticated machines. I would like to say that we're the only town that grapples with this problem. We're not. But we tried to get out of paying a dime even before we were in receipt of the vehicle. That was not something that we could work out with the lease agreement, so we are stuck doing a 25 before we receive the vehicle, which we think is, and the fire chief is here, I don't know if he has specific information, but we believe it is getting close.
August. Any other discussion on Article 4, Motion 2? This needs a majority vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. The motion carries. Article 5 is the FY26 Water Enterprise Budget. Do I have a motion under Article 5?
I'd like, Corey Bombrady, 473 Wellwinnet Road. I'd like to make a motion to postpone Article 5 and 6 until after Article 23.
There's a motion on the floor to change the order, so I'll explain to you how that works. Anytime somebody thinks that the article should be in a different order, they can do what Corey just did and make a motion to that effect. If the meeting agrees by simple majority, then the motion will take effect, and we will put off dealing with this article, actually the next two articles. So you want to move them until when?
After Article 23.
To after Article 23. So we have a motion on the floor to move Articles 5 and 6 to be dealt with after Article 23. I did hear a second. Is there any discussion? Mr. Urban.
I'm just curious if the motion might be better worded if we could move Article 23 before, rather than waiting to the very end of the meeting to deal with these last two. Is it more just making sure that gets addressed prior to 4, 5, and 6? So I didn't know, are you able to ask an article to be taken out of order ahead of time? That way we can just hit all three, bang, bang, bang?
Yes.
That's the thought.
The reason I wasn't doing that is I assume it's going to be a heated conversation. I'd rather have it after the heated conversation starts.
It's your motion, and no one's made an amendment. Any further discussion? The motion on the floor is to move Articles 5 and 6 to be dealt with after Article 23. Requires a simple majority. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Corey, you're going to need to write that down, sign it, and hand it to the town clerk. And also remind me after Article 23, because I'm not going to remember that we need to come back to those. This brings us to our FY 26 omnibus budget. There's a couple of strange things happening tonight, so I want to go through both of them. One of them we already went through. This is a divided motion. Part of the motion is, it's a divided question. Part of the question is going to be addressed with a motion that requires 2/3, and a different part is only going to require a simple majority. So that's why I've been broken into two different pieces. The other thing to be aware of is that tonight we're voting on two different budgets. So this first budget stays within what's called the levy limit, the maximum amount that all the taxes that the town takes in are allowed to go up. They're all allowed to go up by 2.5%. And this first budget doesn't bring up the number more than that, so it would be okay. The second budget goes past that. And so that budget would only take effect if Proposition 2.5 is overwritten at the ballot in August. So it's sort of a contingent budget that we can use if the thing that happens in August passes. If the thing that happens in August fails, what you're about to discuss, Article 7, is the budget that the town will have for the coming year. Okay? So you could think of this as sort of the safety backup budget. I would entertain motion 1 under Article 7.
Mr. Moderator, Richard C. Stevens, 905 Old Colebrook Road, Barre. Article 7, motion. I move to raise and appropriate $579,415 and transfer from the stabilization fund an additional sum of $113,796 for a total of $693,211 to fund county retirement for fiscal year 2026 for the period of July 1, 2025 to June 30th, 2026.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of this part, this motion under Article 7? Mr. Urban.
Mr. Moderator, the question I have is the additional $113,796 that we're using for this particular line item to fill the budget is coming from stabilization. What is the future plans to address that shortfall in future budget years other than continuing to use stabilization?
Dan Jewell, Woods Road. Mr. Moderator, as we heard, stabilization is being used up in two different articles here at our meeting, and this is a concern to the Finance Committee. It should be a concern to the town. It's one of the reasons why we're looking to override to maintain our services in the town in a future article. Our expenses for line items that are beyond our control, such as retirement, healthcare, Rutland Regional Dispatch, education, those expenses are continuing to rise year and year, and our revenue is not meeting our expenditures. And so really the only way to not pull money coming from stabilization is to fund revenue through sources that are above the levy limit.
Thank you. Mr. Urban, you have a follow-up?
I understand the thought that the 2.5 override would work with this. but I noticed in the 2.5 override, you have the exact same value for this with or without the 2.5. So that line item will not be adjusted by the 2.5 override in future budgets either. So I'm just curious how you look to fix that hole in future years.
Mr. Moderator, unfortunately, it's hard to look beyond our current fiscal year that the Finance Committee worked on in FY '26. It's just kind of how the process goes. We would love to forecast out for future years, but we don't know where our true expenses will be in FY '27 or beyond, and we don't truly know what our future revenues will be for FY '27 beyond. So it is a great question that we hear tonight, but there's really no way to truly forecast that out.
Thank you. Any other discussion on the first motion of Article 7? Because this is drawing from the stabilization fund, it requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries with 2/3. I'll now entertain a second motion on Article 7. Is this the one with the insert? Yes.
Mr. Moderator.
So before you get started, let me just get everybody on the same page here. In your book, there's an extra piece of paper that got stuck in. There was like a last minute change. We're using that extra piece of paper that got stuck in, not the original one that's stapled into the book. Please go ahead.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town fix salaries and compensation for all elected officials of the town for the fiscal year 2026 for the period of July 1, 2025 through June 30th, 2026. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,948,318 and transfer an additional sum of $563,931 from ambulance reserves receipt as identified in the town's omnibus budget as follows.
And you don't have to read all of those. Everybody can look through the article. I'm not going to rush you. Okay. Anybody else need the paper? Share with your friends. So each department is listed. FY25 is what they were allocated last year. FY26 balanced is what is being proposed to allocate them this year. And if you add up all those numbers in the right-hand column, it adds up to the amount that was moved in the motion. So I'm going to give you a minute to look that over, and if anybody has any questions or wants to make any motions.
Corey Bombretti, 473 Walnut Road. Mr. Moderator, I make a motion that we move to amend the budget, transfer $7,212 from line item 001-05541-510000, Senior Center Director Salary, to line item 00101145 51300, Assistant Treasurer Salary.
I have a motion to amend the budget. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Now, I know you don't have all the line numbering things that he said, so I'm going to say this in more plain language. He's moving to move some money, which he'll remind me, what's the amount? $7,212 from Senior Center Director salary over to the Treasurer's Department. Any discussion on this amendment?
Not that people would have known this, but that amount, that's $7,212, is actually in our recommended override budget. In other words, if the override were to pass, this $7,212 would be refunded or utilized as the treasurer collector. What would happen if this motion is finalized is because of where we can raise and appropriate, we're going to have to say that the senior center director then would be in an override position. So that means that there's $7,212 that will then be in the override, but instead of for treasurer and collector, it would be in there for senior center director. Are you with me, Corey, on that?
Yeah, that's, so, Dr. Marshall, so that may be something that you want to do when we get to Article 9. However, right now, we're talking about an amendment to Article 7.
The reason behind it is that position in the assistant treasurer's salary is a very vital position to process payments for the town. The senior center director also performs the service of the veteran agent during the same hours that is being paid as a senior center director with no separation of work duties. The veteran agent used to perform the duties at 40 West Street. They're now being performed at the senior center. This would alleviate any concern and create a separation of work hours and work locations.
Any other discussion about this amendment? I see a hand back there. Feel free to come up.
Mr. Moderator, Mike Koval, Old Hardwick Road. I'd like clarification on the verbiage when it says transfer an additional sum of $563,913 from ambulance receipts.
Oh, hang on one second. That's out of order. We're still discussing this amendment.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to ask you, you could just sit right there in the front, and I'll get right back to you after we dispense with the amendment. Any other discussion about this amendment of moving $7,212 from the senior center director line to the assistant treasurer line? Yes.
Lucy Allen, 170 James Street. Does this mean that we are actually reducing the total salary of the senior center director veterans agent by $7,000?
Corey, can you mean versus fiscal year 2025,
Yes.
what we did this year?
Yes.
There are two separate pay systems. The veteran agent is paid one set of funds, and the senior center director is paid another. So it would be reducing the senior center salary and moving it over to the treasury's office.
Any other discussion of the amendment? Yes, sir.
How you doing? Mike Pollier, 330 Spring Hill Road. I was just wondering, this is going to assistant treasurer, right? What does that bring their wage to, and then what % increase is that?
It does not bring their wage any higher than it was already allocated for. It just puts back the hours that were stripped out of the budget for that worker.
So this is eliminating a cut in one department and adding a cut in a different department.
So just to be clear, so I understand, that means their W-2 wages at the end of each year will be exactly the same, essentially? Okay, thank you.
The answer to that was yes. Any other discussion of the amendment? Mr. Urban.
I'm just reading from the pamphlet that was provided at the public hearing, and just for clarification, in case things change and I'm not accurate. This 7,000 was cut from the treasurer's for the balance budget? Okay, and I recall the treasurer saying it's a very key role for their department during that hearing. When a town is having very difficult times with revenues. It seems like that's not the first department you look to cut. So I just would like to add that to the discussion.
Thank you. Any other discussion of the amendment? I'm going to go to a vote on the amendment. We have yes, Mr. Hubbard.
My name is Philip Hubbard, 27 James Street. I guess I'm not following this. Is the total salary for the senior center director going to stay the same, or will it be reduced?
Reduced in this budget. And Dr. Marshall indicated that if this were to go this way, they would suggest changing the override budget to restore that money.
Thank you.
All right, now I'm moving to a vote on the amendment. The amendment requires a simple majority. All we're voting on right now is moving $7,212 from one department to another. All those in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. I'm going to go to hands next because I can't tell. All those in favor, please raise your hands. Okay, lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hands. The motion carries with the majority. So when we're doing yays and nays, don't yell. Just use your normal yay, nay, right? Yelling just makes me have to do that. We now have an amendment adopted, so Corey, if you could get that amendment signed and written down to the clerk. I will now entertain the question from Mr. Kowal.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Again, I'd like the clarification on the verbiage that says transfer on additional sum of $563,931 from ambulance receipts reserve. Is that money specific to the fire and ambulance, or is it being used as general government?
It's been suggested that maybe our treasurer could help us answer that question.
It's specific, but this funding, if approved, will support that budget. In fact, the budget for the ambulance is greater than the $500,000.
Thank you.
So, just to clarify, the $563,000 is solely to be used, and I understand the transfer to fund both the fire department and the ambulance. Is that the correct, what he said?
That's what he said, and if you look at the budget, the ambulance number is $819,000.
No, I understand that. I just
Yeah.
wanted to make sure it wasn't general government, because there is a dedicated fund that was mandated 35 years ago through Mr. Brewer that said the ambulance receipts are to be used solely for the funding of the ambulance. So I want to make sure that was clarified. Thank you. Thank you, Moderator.
Thank you. Any other discussion of the amended motion? All right, we're going to move to a vote. This requires a simple majority. So we're voting on the motion with all of those line items for all those different departments, with $7,212 being moved from what you have on your paper. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. It carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to Article 8, regarding the schools. Do I have a motion?
Mark Brophy, 90 Ruggles Lane.
I move the town raise and appropriate the sum of $7,653,684 to pay school charges and expenses as identified in the town's recommended omnibus budget relative to education as follows for the fiscal year beginning on July 1st, 2025. Quabbin Regional School District, $7,159,965. Monty Tech, $415,496. And Quabbin Regional District Debt Service, $78,223, as outlined in the annual town meeting booklet.
Thank you. I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second regarding the schools. I'll note that we're a member of a regional school district, and I've learned before the meeting that the other 4 towns in the district have already approved this budget, which kind of means we're stuck with it regardless of how you vote. Is there any discussion of the school budget? I have a question.
Could you, Cheryl Southwick, Walwinet Road, could you just, what is this debt service?
Mr. Moderator, may I ask the superintendent to be able to be addressed?
Sure.
I know it's for the chiller and another piece as well.
I recognize the
windows.
superintendent.
It is for a middle high school roof project and our chiller project. A chiller is an HVAC system that we put in last year and that was voted on. So we have 4 more years on the chiller project, and our roof project has only 1 more year, so it will reduce after next year.
Any other discussion on the motion from Article 8?
Just a question on what is the percentage increase from last year?
Could you identify yourself, please?
Oh, sorry, yeah. Edward Kelly, 685 Gilbert Road, Barre, Mass.
Mr. Kelly would like to know how much of an increase this was from last year.
Overall, our budget went up 2.9%, but from Barry's on the assessment, I believe it's 4.9%? 4.93%.
Okay. Follow up?
Is that number requested, or is there another number that we're required to see?
The requested and recommended numbers are the same, so it looks like the school committee asked for a number, and the town is voting in that same number.
So this is the number that we have to approve. We can't request a lower number and still be required, meeting our state requirements? This number is the state required amount.
It's not the state required, the number required by our regional school agreement.
Are we allowed by state to request a lower number?
Can I get an answer to that?
Yes. In regards to not only the regional agreement, but in state law, regional agreements is based on a 2/3 vote for an assessment, for regardless of how many towns you may have. You may have in a regional district 2 districts, or you can have, like out in parts of the western part of the state, 8, 10, 13 towns to districts. And so 2/3 is the floor, as well as, I would say, the floor. And once it's reached, for us, in Quabbin Regional, 4 towns would be an automatic approved budget on the assessment for not only our proposed budget, being the last town, but Oakham, New Braintree, Hardwick, and Hubbardston already approved their assessment to make it a whole budget, whole assessment.
So the question is, if the town doesn't vote for this number, what happens then?
I would have to defer to the business manager, but my understanding as a school committee member, we are obligated to deal with that. And that would become a Department of Revenue and a Department of Education involved. I don't know, because I've never seen that happen. Although over the years, we did have, where the budgets haven't been approved, and we had, one year, the Commissioner of Education set the budget, which was set in regards to the Quabbin Regional School Committee set it at, and we were under, in essence, observation or under review for 6 months. No malfeasance, nothing like that. It was dealing with the towns. But we were, every town was obligated to pay that assessment.
Thank you. Mr. Urban?
Matt Urban, Williamsville Road. And I think, and tell me if I'm wrong, Edward, I think the question was misunderstood. What is the state's minimum local contribution compared to what the school committee is requesting? I think that's what we wanted to know.
I may, if you allow our business manager, if I'm off kilter on this, but my understanding is we have the obligations from the Department of Revenue through the formulas. And then when we put the budget together, there is the above contribution to put the budget together. Through the budget process, we can make adjustments going down, and we have. So you have the obligations of what we call required local contribution, and then above required local contribution. Again, remember, required is really the adequacy of the minimal. And 99% of districts throughout the Commonwealth we're not adequately funded. And thanks for the towns that do. So aside from the Quabbin Regional School Committee of the 15-member board of the 5 towns, I know I can be wordy, I apologize, but our above required local contribution, Barre was 4% above that. Hardwick, am I correct? Hardwick was below 3%. Hubbardston was 2.9%. New Braintree was 7.72% above. Oakham was a little below, with a total of above 2.2% above local contribution, required local contribution. Again, thanks to the towns that support this, for not only an educational system that does work very well for our students, but we do believe in education, and we are very fiscally responsible, and we appreciate when we do these budgets, and the towns through not only the select boards, but also the FinCom, to be able to have those discussions, make the adjustments in our committee to make that adjustments as well. I know we started off with about a potential 8% increase, and it went down, and we settled, or we were able to vote on a 2.9% increase, overall increase.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
So I would just like to make the point that we are paying more than our state requirement. That was my question, and so what is that number? How much more are we paying? What was the percentage and what's the dollar amount? Because every year, every other department in this town is forced to take a cut because Quabbin continues to raise their budget by 5%, 6%. And I don't think it's fair because the school system's financed by property taxes. And when somebody comes to the town of Barre and they rip their tires off because the DPW's trucks are so unmaintained, when we bring them to a private garage, they refuse to fix them. When our water and sewer infrastructure is crumbling and we can't afford to make upgrades, that lowers the property values in town. So you're eating the town alive by increasing your budget year after year that we can't afford. And I just think that the equipment that the school department is operating on far exceeds the quality that the DPW and all other departments are expected to operate. And I'm just wondering, I don't think you're being fiscally conservative enough to match the fiscal conservative that's being acquired of the rest of the town. And I don't think you're operating in good faith. And I'm all for proper education, but it doesn't always take money to properly educate kids. It takes good teachers, and I support good teachers. But we don't need $60,000.
Please do not, no, we don't do that here. We don't applaud people here. That's not, please, Mr. Kelly, just a second. That's not what we're doing. This isn't a baseball game. We're not cheering. So we'll let him make his point, and then if you agree with his point, you're free to come up and be recognized and speak, okay?
So in simple speak, I would like to know the difference between what we're required by state to pay and what the additional contribution that you're requiring the town to pay, so people can understand how much your budget is going up while the rest of the department's budgets are being forced to go down. I think that's fairly simple. Thank you.
I recognize the superintendent.
Colleen Muha, Superintendent of Quabbin Regional School District. Mr. Moderator, in response to your question, the number that you're seeking is that the addition for Barre is $2,948,979.38, which is the 4% increase that Mr. Brophy spoke about. What I would like to say, and hopefully what we have shown the towns, is we do understand our municipalities and the struggle that all 5 towns are having, not just Barre. So I want to say we do understand that. We have taken some steps to reduce our budget greatly. We are faced with the same challenges that our towns are having with fixed costs, with insurances, goods and services. So we have reduced in this budget 9 positions. If you remember last year, we also reduced budget positions in our district. We have decreased spending on our goods. We've done a really fine look at our budget. We have even cut some athletic uniforms out of the budget. It seems like small money, but that's as deep as we're willing to go to look at this budget. So we have taken the steps to try to put forth a reasonable budget that our towns can support. I know these are challenging times, and we spend a lot of time talking about how we're funded from the state, and that continues to be a challenge for us as a regional district, as a rural school district.
Thank you. No, hang on, I'm recognizing the person in the back first.
Dan Anderson from 1090 Walnut Road. I just want to point out that the last few meetings I've attended, we've been given a similar message of it doesn't matter what we vote because the other 4 towns have already voted. So it seems to me like every year the other towns go before Barre. I also want to point out to everybody that consistently the town of Barre seems to foot more of the bill than the other towns do. So to me it seems like the other towns may have an interest to approve, seeing as we pay more than they do. Also, I want to point out, just because we're being told that a no vote wouldn't change what's being paid, everybody here should still vote what they think is right. So I'd like to encourage everybody here, if you don't think this should be approved, vote no. Thank you.
Yes.
I have 2 things. The first one is, I think I heard that another town was doing a 7% increase, so they were actually paying more than us by 3% is what we're saying. So I just want to make sure that that's clear for everybody. The second thing I have is just a question around, you said that there were positions cut. Can you just explain if those are administrative positions or are those teachers that we're cutting out of the school system?
They're actually from multiple departments, so some of them are teaching positions, guidance positions. You're testing me a little bit because we cut them so long ago. I have to remember there are 9 of them. So we have an elementary teacher, we have a special education teacher, we have a counselor. Those are our teaching positions. We have something we call an intervention specialist, is someone who works with our data and our students. We have a CNA that we cut that position. Facilities position, Stacy's reminding me. I'm so sorry. But we did go to all departments. We looked in all areas.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Ralph Genren, 195 Peach Street, South Barre. My question is to the school committee. has there been, you know, you're complaining that everybody has increasing costs every year, it's the same thing, I agree with that. But has there been any attempt by the school committee or whoever to contact the state, because they're making all these requirements for the schools to come up with these programs, and we can't go over to 2.5%, but we're running out of money every year, and there's been a real big effort on everybody's part to try to solve this, and I just want to know, has there been any attempt to contact the state on these issues that we have been going, instead of just saying, this is the state requirement, we got to pay it. You know, there's got to be something more to it, you know, to let the state, if they're going to make these policies for us, we got to determine how we're going to pay for it.
Thank you. Ms. Marshall, I recognize Ms. Marshall, Dr. Marshall.
It's always hard for me to sit there when we talk about schools. At any rate, please understand that this select board has been extremely active at the state level. I mean, they're sick of seeing me testifying about the formula that doesn't allow our towns to have a survival, economic survival. We work with a number of senators who are working for rural schools. We are considered a rural school. We know the Chapter 70 formula is inappropriate. It is gobbling up, I don't know who said gobbling up the rest of us. It is indeed doing that. One thing to understand, I know that Quabbin has been active also in doing some of that work at the legislative level, but our town is probably, they're sick of seeing me, I'll guarantee you, because what has happened, when you have declining enrollment in a school district and you have declining enrollment in the Quabbin Regional School District, Barre is the largest town still, about 38.5% of all of the students who attend there are from Barre. So your assessment is always bigger because it's head count. We get that. Unfortunately, since about 16 years ago, we have not gotten any increase in Chapter 70 to this school district. That means anything that the state has said, you can pay more, you can pay more, they haven't stepped up to the plate. There is legislation that is being negotiated currently as the budget, FY26 budget is working at the state level. And there's a move afoot. We have been so noisy and so difficult that we are making, I think, significant, I think everything everybody said to complain about it is accurate, other than it's not the kid's fault. I'll guarantee you that. So the most important thing is for when you complain, that's a good thing, but don't complain only here. Complain to Representative Berthium, complain to a senator, okay, who represents us, because they are the ones, and I'm not going to say who, but we had a large meeting with them about regional transportation reimbursements, which go right back to the towns. And both individuals said to us, not to worry. Hey, when I go to the Senate, or when I go to the House, things I vote for, okay, schools, and I vote for transportation and local aid. Well, I keep track. And they didn't vote for schools, and they didn't vote for regional transportation. Not happy am I. Not happy should you be. So I don't know what's going to happen in FY26, you know, because they're you know, edging closely now to getting that FY26 budget up with the House and Senate coming to some agreement. We'll see what that looks like. But there is language that says they will open Chapter 70 and try to diminish the negative impact it has had, not only on this district, but on 234 school districts across the Commonwealth get 0 in Chapter 70. And that's a worry. That's a worry for us as a culture, quite frankly. One thing, too, your assessment in Barre, our assessment in Barre will always be bigger than all the rest. And I will tell you, I don't think Barre has, in probably decades, ever voted the budget down. Most of the towns dislike you, Barre, because you do vote the budget, whether you're last or second or third or wherever. And most of the time, there are other towns that have held up the budget, and it has never been Barre. It's been New Braintree and Hardwick, it's been New Braintree and Hubbardston, it has never been Barre. I mean, maybe it will be someday, and maybe appropriately so. But please understand that these people work hard to try to fix numbers that the state, let me just put it this way, remember SOA, Student Opportunity Act? Big chunk of money, I mean billions, okay? Given to schools, maybe 7 years ago now, okay? 90% of the money went to 15 school districts. 90% to 15, the gateway cities. I'll sit down.
Mr. Urban.
I would just like to make a point. When you continue to approve budgets in excess of the minimum, the state doesn't think it really matters. They think you're just speaking words because you can obviously afford more than they're mandating. And so as long as we continue to approve budgets that are higher than the state minimum, they don't think it's more than just talk, because you still come up with the money. And not only that, you come up with more than they're telling you you have to. So I think moving forward, you gotta understand that letters and words and phone calls and handshakes don't work. What works is, I can't afford that budget, and look at my budget, I'm showing you I can't. And so far, we refuse to accept that. And we keep throwing money at things, and it's not helping because we're not getting the state to understand we really can't afford it. Because when they're looking at the school budget, they're not looking at the town budget.
Any other discussion of the motion under Article 8? Yes, sir.
Mark Stein, Summer Street, just wanted to confirm, what was the difference in the enrollment from FY '25 to FY '26?
I'll ask the school business manager if they have that information.
Legal counsel just indicated that it would be really appropriate for me to say to you and to give you the information that he just shared. Understand, if you vote this budget down, we will be in breach of the agreement, and you'll have to come back in June to vote and pay the bill. So we don't really have a lot of choice or wiggle room in this, and appreciate the concerns that you all have. I think we share them, but at any rate, we need a vote.
I'll take we're going to try and get an answer to that question, but until then, I'll hear from someone else.
Oscar Williamson, 171 Peach Street. I have two questions. Now, the other town's contributions per capita and per student, are they the same? I understand they're smaller towns, their percentage is less, but per student or per capita of the town, is that the same? The second thing, if you have less students, why does it cost more money? You know?
So I guess we have three questions for you. So one is, what's the change in enrollment from last year?
So the change in enrollment from last year is 57 students.
Less.
Less, yes, yes. From, we don't have this particular, we didn't bring that number with us, so this looks like overall.
Overall.
Yeah. This year we have 724 students from Barre.
The second question was whether the assessments to the towns work out to being the same amount per student from those towns. Is the assessment proportional to the number of students that are coming from that town? If I have twice the students, do I pay twice the assessment?
Our average student cost is roughly $21,000. Is that what you're?
The answer could be no. I think the person was trying to understand how the different town assessment, how that formula works.
Stacy Scary, Sheldon Road. I'm going to give this an attempt because I just am learning this myself. So how it all works is the
Please
state gives,
face me and speak right into the microphone, thanks.
the state gives us Chapter 70, we do our budget. Our budget this year was an increase of 2.93% overall. The state gives us Chapter 70 money to help offset the cost. From there, we get a minimal local operating assessment that's what the town has to pay us. The increase for Barre this year for their minimum was 5.57%. That was not our increase to you, that was the state saying you can pay an additional 5.57%. Above that is what we have to make up. So this year we're using some of our E&D of $750,000, and we have a great NJROTC program that the federal government reimburses us, so we're using $106,000. Based on that, using all that money, we still had to come up with $7.5 million. The $7.5 million was then distributed based on your enrollment.
Thank you. And then the other question that they asked was, if the enrollment is going down, why is the overall budget going up?
Because your minimum local contribution went up, and that we had nothing to do with that. The state gave us that money, and they said that is what the town of Barre is going to pay you, and that went up over 5%.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Mr. Kelly.
Hi, Edward Kelly, 685 Gilbert Road. So could I make a motion to amend the budget to require the 5.57% minimum as opposed to, is it the 11.56% that they're requesting? So make a motion to amend the budget to the state minimum?
You can make a motion, but I wouldn't accept that form. I would need you to be specific with a dollar value. So that amendment is not yet on the floor.
A question, is the state minimum 4,210,985? Would that be accurate? Is that the state minimum that would be requested?
I'm seeing a nod here, so yes.
So I would like to make that amendment then.
Just for the Quabbin Regional School District number, not for the other two line items, correct? We're voting on three. We're voting on a Monty Tech budget, a QRSD debt service budget.
Sure, I'll take that.
And then you're talking the operational budget for Quabbin Regional School District. Can you repeat the number, please?
If this is the state minimum, then I'd like to be corrected otherwise. $4,210,985.
There's a motion on the floor to amend the first line from $7,159,965 to $4,210,985. I hear a second. Is there any discussion on this proposed amendment?
I really hate to say this, but I just want to make sure. I feel like Dr. Marshall tried to say it a few minutes ago. Due to our regional agreement, the agreement we have between our 4 towns, we have passed the budget amount as set forth. Even if you amend this, it doesn't change the responsibility of the town of Barre to pay that amount. And I truly, I want you to know I understand how difficult this is, so I'm really not trying to be confrontational about this. I just want to state that is the agreement that we are all bound by.
Any other discussion of the amendment? Yes, sir.
Sean Pacholski, 360 Cutler Road. I want to know if any of this increase that we're being asked to pay is to cover any salary increases by any existing contracts with any teachers' unions or workers' unions affiliated with the school district. And if so, I just want some sort of justification as to why that money is being allocated to your particular department but I'm seeing multiple departments throughout the community of Barre, not a regional thing, just of this town, being reduced, which is probably affecting those employees in that way.
So the question is whether any of the budget went to salary increases of unionized employees.
Yes, we have several contracts, and they all averaged a 3% rate increase this year.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this amendment? I would recognize our town council to help the town understand what would happen if we were to adopt a lower budget.
Mr. Moderator, through you, it's been said multiple times during the course of this debate that the town of Barre is one of 5 towns in this regional school district. The other 4 towns have already approved the budget. The $7 million figure is binding on the town to approve. Any vote to amend would be a vote basically to defeat the budget as presented, so it would be a no vote, and technically the town would be in breach of the agreement, and then within a span of a couple of weeks, whenever you convene a special town meeting, this same $7 million number would be presented back to the town meeting for funding. The number is binding on the town. Any vote to vote it down would merely be symbolic, and it would just delay the vote, and you would be in breach of your agreement.
Thank you. So just to clarify what was just told to us is that if you adopt this amendment, there will be a special town meeting to undo that decision. That's what town council just advised us. Now, of course, that special town meeting could do this again, and again, and again. Yes?
Stephanie Mahan, 23 Maple Lane. To the lawyer, do we get fined for refusing to adopt this budget?
The question is whether there would be a fine. I think I can answer that. No. No. It's simply a procedural issue that the town is required to spend this money, but it can't spend it without your vote. Yes?
But a special town meeting will cost us more money.
A special town meeting will cost us more money, yes.
Mr. Moderator, I was just going to reiterate that point, that every time we convene for an election, that will cost the town. So if we're legally obligated and we go through several special town meetings to allocate these funds, it's going to cost the town more money down the road.
Thank you. I'm going to move to a vote on the amendment. It's a simple majority. All those in favor of lowering the first line item to $4,210,985, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed to lowering the amount? No. The amendment fails. We're back to the main motion. Any further discussion of the main motion? There's no need to move the question because we're ready to have a vote. This requires a majority. All those in favor of the budget as presented, which is the original $7,653,684 figure, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. I'm going to go to hands. All those in favor, please raise your hands. You can lower your hands. All those opposed, raise your hands. The motion carries. We're moving on to Article 9. As I mentioned earlier, this motion is for a larger budget that exceeds the Prop 2.5 levy limit. So this is a conditional budget. This would only take effect if Prop 2.5 is overridden at the ballot box. Yes. The Select Board Chair has requested a short recess. Hey, Floyd, can you bring a written motion up to hand to Ellen? Thank you. You all set? Okay. Then I would entertain a motion on Article 9.
I move the town raise and appropriate the sum of $543,623 to supplement the fiscal year 2026 omnibus budget as voted in Article 7 at this June 24th, 2025 annual town meeting, contingent upon passage of a 2.5 override question on the ballot for a special election as shown in the warrant, and to allocate said funds as shown in Appendix A. There is one adjustment in Appendix A. Treasurer Collector will now say Council on Aging. Treasurer Collector, because you've moved that money, will now say Council of Aging, COA. That's $7,212. The total of the municipal department override amounts totals $543,623.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. In the interest of helping everybody understand what they're voting on, I asked the Finance Committee to prepare a list of essentially bullet points. There was a hearing last week at which all of this stuff was gone over in huge detail, but I know most of you weren't there. So I asked him if he could summarize the things that are essentially being restored, or the things that we would lose if this budget does not pass and we only have the budget that we passed in Article 7.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Dan Jewell, Woods Road. So we passed the contingent budget earlier today, which is a level-funded, balanced budget, but that budget cuts services. The override request for the town will bring the town services back to what we have today, we're experiencing today. There's actually no new, there's one new position, which is a receptionist position that's in the override for the Council on Aging. Other than that, every other line in the override is for services as you find them today. And the impact would be roughly $125,000 to the police department. And this would impact not having a school resource officer in the school. It would limit backfilling single officer shifts, and there would be no dedicated single officer shifts and no overnight patrols. In terms of part-time, currently there's one part-time officer in the town. That would disband the part-time position. The contractual obligations would reduce a shift differential due to that. And then there are things, there would be a reduction in the special events as well, such as coverage for the parades and so on and so forth. Continued reduction in the services, which includes training as well as the armory and supplies. The impact to the fire department would eliminate their fire inspector role, which equates to roughly around $67,000. The fire inspector does, as the fire chief presented to us during the public hearing, responds to fire and EMS calls. They also conduct inspections each year. In the 2024, they conducted over 330 inspections. And that is helps revenue drive as well to the town. And it adds public education and safety duties. We would see a reduction in the DPW of roughly $150,000 overall. That would mostly impact salaries, and right now we do have like 2 positions that were furloughed. Those would continue to be furloughed, and that would drive overtime costs for things like snow and ice removal when that time comes, because there's less folks to be able to accommodate those needs of the town. There's also the library. The library's salaries, utilities, and expenses would be reduced by roughly $20,000, and that would impact their days and times that they're open, as well as additional programs they offer to the community, such as the summertime program, Touch a Truck, and other things to those programs there. The other smaller line items that the override would help is a reserve fund, which is kind of a safety buffer for emergencies to prevent a special town meeting. That would reduce that amount from $20,000 down to $5,000. We have the 7212, which was originally intended for the assistant treasurer's salary, which I feel will end up potentially having an amendment to keep that for the Council on Aging director. And then this reductions to software. The town's looking for a wage and classification study to ensure that all of our non-unionized associates are properly paid compared to the wages of our local communities. So that is high level, the impact of the budget here.
Thank you. Any discussion? And by the way, there's no amendment needed because the motion was made with Council on Aging at 7212.
Corey Von Brady, 473 Walnut Road. Can we get an exact dollar amount it would increase people's property tax per 1,000 of home values on this override?
That would be 71-cent increase per $1,000 value. In the town of Barre, the median home value is $359,207. The annual increase would be $255.04, which equates to roughly 70 cents per day.
Is that on top of the $125,000 debt excluded fire truck for the next 6 years?
Mr. Moderator, the debt exclusion is completely separate from the budget we're discussing today.
Thank you. Any other discussion on this budget, sir?
Mr. Moderator, Alex Hanks, 183 Broad Street. Would you please provide or arrange for the provision of an explanation to the meeting members what Prop 2.5 is, when it came into existence, what its purpose is, and the significance of it being overridden today? And second question, if you don't mind, is an override a one-time thing, or will we forever be overridden if we vote for an override this year?
I can answer the second question. I don't feel competent to answer the first. So the answer to the second question is that we're not doing this tonight. In August, there would be an election to increase the levy limit. That increases the total amount of taxes that the town is allowed under Prop 2.5 to collect. So there's an overall limit. That limit goes up anyway for other reasons, like Jim Caruso built a new house, we can take in some more taxes, right? So things like that are bringing up our levy anyway. But above that, you can only go 2.5%, and this increases that by whatever amount would be voted there, which is the same number here, $543,000. In the future, the levy can go up 2.5% from that number. So in a sense, it is, yes, forever increasing that levy limit. The select board or citizen petition can go on the ballot to take that levy back down. So it's not irreversible. That would be a separate. It would be, I think they call it an underride, where you undo a previous Prop 2.5. So all of those things could happen. None of those things are happening tonight. All we're voting on tonight is, if that passes, how would we spend that money?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Can you please arrange for somebody in the audience who can explain what Prop 2.5 is, why it exists? I've been coming to town meetings for 25 years, and it's always existed. It was put in place for a very good reason, is my understanding, and we've been talking about trying to undo it. And I'd like the meeting members to be explained by somebody here who must know, why does Prop 2.5 exist, and what happens further if it's taken away.
So I would open that up to any volunteer who considers them a historian of Massachusetts in the 1980s to explain to us why Prop 2.5 exists. I'm afraid I didn't live here then, so. Mr. Urban. Oh, are you coming up? Great.
Jesse Warren, 112 Gilbert Road. So unfortunately, I don't know off the top of my head when exactly Prop 2.5 was instituted, but the main philosophy was to put a cap on how much a tax levy could be increased from year to year, so that budget's inflation could be controlled to some degree, so that town couldn't set a much higher budget than they did in the previous years. It's an instrument that the state instituted to allow for us to account for inflation. And also, that's why they gave us the tool of the override, but it is designed to limit the amount of taxes that the town can request to raise every year from tax levy.
Thank you. Any other discussion of Article 9? Yes.
Megan Doobie, 815 Wawinit. Can we have an explanation? I see that we're talking about resources being cut, and then we have a 20% increase in the chief of police's salary, and based on these line items, it looks like the fire chief has over 100% increase from 42K to the increase alone is 58K. So can we have an explanation on those two increases?
Can I get an explanation on that?
First, the fire chief situation, we had a part-time fire chief for most of FY '25. Our fire chief of many years decided to take another position up in New Hampshire, but because of the way his schedule was put together, he was able to do a couple days a week with us and continue to manage the fire department. We obviously began a search for a new fire chief, and after a lot of time and effort and so forth, we did end up naming a new fire chief from within, which we're very thrilled about, and he is here with us this evening. So that's why his salary, which is now a full-time chief versus the part-time chief that we had when Mr. Rogowski was finishing up here, just working a couple days a week here in Barre. This police chief situation is one of the typical things that's happening in our town. Basically, we cannot keep individuals, we cannot even attract them to our town, primarily because of salary issues. So we have obviously some situations where the Teamsters are now representing the DPW department, and so those salaries have increased markedly over the last, I'm going to say 5 years. The same situation for the police. They now have an organized union that we deal with, and so the chiefs, not the chiefs, but the people who work in the department, they have access to higher salaries as a result of working with the union. The same thing with our fire and ambulance department. If you look at, and we did regional benchmarking for the chief of police, we think we have a very outstanding chief, and we want to keep him. Quite frankly, he is underpaid relative to almost any other community near us, even with the same or less population. The decision to increase his salary for $20,000 was done primarily to keep a very talented individual here who is building and has built an accreditation system in our fire department that I hope with the override will be able to sustain. But we didn't want to lose him, and quite frankly, if we lost him, we would be hiring a newbie for probably the same money.
Any other discussion on this article? Yes.
Teresa Kane, 760 Williamsville Road. I just wanted to make a comment about there is one that is new for the wage and classification study, and I do understand the importance of paying adequate salaries and understanding that, and I did listen to the conversation, and other towns have done this and paid the money to do some of these studies, and I think there are so many other things done in town by volunteer committees that there's information out there to do that benchmarking, to get the information is out there. So it seems to me that $21,000 is a lot of money to spend when you could probably get people to look at the information that exists without spending that $21,000. So I think the second part of my question is this an all or nothing, or do we have the opportunity to question any of these line items?
So you have the power to make amendments, but what we're voting on here is how we would spend the money if the levy limit is allowed to increase. So the amount that the levy limit is going up is on that ballot, and that's already been posted. So the bottom line of what happens to the town's taxes could happen to the town's taxes doesn't really change, but yes, you absolutely could change the allocation. In fact, as was discussed, moving from council on aging to treasurer, you could offer an amendment to zero out that line item if you wanted to, or to change that line item, or whatever you want to do.
I would make that amendment. I would make that proposal of an amendment to zero out the wage and classification study amount of $21,000.
That's the central purchasing number, is that correct? Can someone tell me if that's central purchasing? Okay. So I have an amendment to zero out the central purchasing line item from the motion from Appendix A, and do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this? Okay, let's have a vote. All those in favor of zeroing out the central purchasing line item, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries. The initial motion is now amended to eliminate $21,000 from central purchasing, hence lowering the total allocation to $522,623. So we're now discussing that motion. We're back on the motion to set the override budget. Any further discussion on setting the override budget? Sir.
Hi, Matt Welch, 100 Union Street. Should the override budget not pass and we eliminate the fire inspection service inspector, would we then lose that authority having jurisdiction, and how would that affect new construction and maintenance of old fire systems in town?
I'd ask the fire chief if he could tell us what's the implication of not having a fire inspector?
James DiVirgilio, Fire Chief. It would not take that authority away from the fire department. That position's a day position, and that's just one of the many jobs that position performs. So removing that would not have take away our authority. Thank you.
Mr. Urban.
I do understand all the needs, all the requests, all the funding, all the desires for 2.5 to maintain staff accomplish the goals that people would like to accomplish. But one thing I'd just like to say that I've been sitting here since 2020 when COVID hit, saying there's going to be a time to pay the bill. And I also saw over those 4 years, towns continue to grow anyway, knowing they still had a bill to pay. And so my first thought now is, I would recommend no on this strictly for the fact that we weren't paying attention to how we were growing. We're overextended ourselves and we're trying to do too much with what we don't have. And if we give more, that won't change that mentality. People need to batten down the hatches, prepare for the storm, do whatever you want to call it. But the reality is I do not believe this is going to benefit the town as a whole by approving this override until we can get other things in order, which we are not focusing on at this time.
Any other discussion? Yes.
Audrey Starbird, 630 Williamsville Road. I have multiple questions. One is, if this passes tonight and they go to the override in August, the vote, what happens between the fiscal year start, July 1, to that vote in August? Will things be cut? Are we going to spend at the same rate? What does that look like?
So that will really be up to the select board and the finance committee about how to manage that. My guess is that they would probably operate with the limited budget, not necessarily cut staff, but try to pinch pennies for a month until they know what's going to happen. Anyone want to contradict me on that? Yeah.
Thank you. The other question I have is in regards to the police department. If we cut the night shift or they go down to a single man shift, I assume Massachusetts State Police will step in to cover some of that. Or other towns nearby which don't exist, at least at their police departments, what is the response time of Barre PD right now to night shift calls and things like that versus what would be the response time of Massachusetts State Police coming in?
Jim Saborin, Chief of Police. Excellent question. The town of Barre, just like we have the largest assessment of the school district, the town of Barre is kind of on an island. We're kind of on our own out here. Any state police backup would be coming from Route 9 in Brookfield. So lights and sirens, you're talking 30 minutes. If we're lucky, Hubbardston may have one on. Petersham has none on. Oakham has none on. If we're lucky again, Hardwick will have one on. And if we're lucky, they don't have a call themselves. With two officers on the overnight, it allows us to handle a medical if we have to at the trailer park up on Waterwheel Village, as well as possibly handle somebody trying to break into your house in South Barre. It also comes down to officer safety. If this override doesn't pass and we have to have one-man patrols on the overnight, then I put the onus on the town of Barre for any officer that gets hurt or injured on duty. The other issue is school resource officer. If the override doesn't pass, we're not going to have a dedicated school resource officer in the school. And I know you can say that, well, there's also mutual aid. Mutual aid officers will not handle sexual assaults or sensitive cases. So again, that's what we're losing. Even with the override, the Christmas parade, they're going to have to pay for details. We used to cover that. We can't cover that anymore with this budget. Memorial Day parade, same. If the override doesn't pass, we're going to have 2 officers on patrol for Halloween. We're not going to do trunk or treat. We're not going to have extra patrols on Halloween. The town of Barre has to decide what kind of police department it wants. I'm going to quote Robert Kennedy here real quick. He said this in 1963. Every society gets the kind of criminal it deserves. What is equally true is that every community gets the kind of law enforcement it insists on. The town of Barre has to make a choice. Do you want a police department from 1975, or do you want a police department that is fit for 2025? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Jason Pimentel, House Hill Road. Mr. Moderator, I'm looking at the book that you guys presented to us, and if the chief can help me out, the police chief. The department request and the balanced budget, every line item's identical, so I don't see where there'd be any cuts in the police department in this book.
All right, I'm not sure what the book says, but with the override, if the override passes, we are at a negative 0.22% overall. So that's less than level funded. If the override fails, we're at negative 10.9%, almost an 11% cut.
So again, Chief, I apologize, but in the book, every line item that you requested is already funded to your amount in the balanced budget. So I don't see any cuts in this book. So can you explain where that would take place?
Dan, can you answer that?
We would just want to refer to the Appendix A of Article 9. That will show all the line items where the override amounts would impact each department.
Thank you. Yes.
Stephanie Mahan, 23 Maple Lane. You said if there was a crime at the school that mutual aid wouldn't respond. Would not our town officers be on duty and then respond to the high school like any other crime during the day when we have the chief and other officers on?
Absolutely, we would respond if we were available, but if there's just the two of us on, if it's just the chief and the lieutenant on, we're shagging calls just like anybody else. So if there's a motor vehicle crash, we're not going to the school. We have to prioritize calls. If the override passes, I can have a dedicated SRO that can handle the school. And calls at the school, they don't just include students being violent. Nowadays, mental health is a huge deal. We're up there all the time to handle mental health crises with students. Not to mention, we have Stetson School down the road that keeps us pretty busy, so.
Any further discussion?
Karen Burns, 471 Pleasant Street. I want to remind everyone that the Finance Committee said we're looking at about a $275 to $300 increase per household. Considering all the benefits that are listed in this override, I think it at least deserves a vote in the August date. I forgot what the date was. So that everybody has an option to vote yes or no. So I really hope people vote so that we can have that election in August. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to be clear, we're going to have the election in August no matter what. That's already been posted. This is a decision that if that passes, how we would allocate that money. Back of the room, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Joe Brown, Humberson Road. I'm just wanted to speak on behalf of the override, especially with the emergency services.
Can you point the mic up a little bit?
The public safety, if the override doesn't go through, the emergency services, there's going to be a huge effect on the service to the town. I reside here, I raise my family here, I've needed the emergency services here several times. I don't know about everybody else. I've probably responded to your houses in your time of need, and when you call 911, you want that individual or those individuals to show up when you need them. Not 15, not 20 minutes, not 30 minutes away. You want the individual there now. And that's happened. And that's the response, that's the service that we as citizens have come to expect and deserve. And if the override doesn't go through, it's going to drastically affect that. It's going to place not only the citizens at a greater risk, but also the responders at a greater risk. It's going to have more single officer shifts. And from what I understand, I can be corrected if I'm wrong, that it's going to create a hardship staffing the second ambulance as well. And I don't know about you, but I know the ambulance is out of town and on several other calls for service to other towns. I want the second ambulance as well to be able to respond to a time of need. It also puts potentially no officers on an overnight shift. And like the chief said, the state police responding from wherever they are, but the barracks on Route 9 could be in Worcester, could be from anywhere. I think that puts, again, a safety concern for the citizens, not having the timely response that we need and deserve and expect, but also puts the officers at a greater risk. There are many calls that require a two-person response. When you're arresting somebody, when you're trying to quell a disturbance, when you're trying to chase down people breaking into your home, when you're trying to search for missing people. Those require extensive resources. And that's why I just ask that you would give due consideration to what you're voting for.
Thank you. Yes?
So we're hearing about number of police on shifts at a time, and I only see an increase of salary for 12.5K and 6K for overtime. So I'm wondering how that staffs more, how we bring more police into the system, because I can't imagine anybody's working for 12.5.
The number added to salaries is actually 65,000. That funds one officer.
I apologize on behalf of the Finance Committee and Select Board for how impossible it is to read that spreadsheet. I understand there's just a lot of data there, so happy to answer questions like that. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. A memory comes of a year and 2 years back where we had, well, I'd have to say criminals on our driveways at 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. Cars were stolen. We ended up with some video. I'm not sure if there was any nighttime response, but one law enforcement officer shouldn't be there to do something with like that. He should have backup. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll get to you, Mr. Urban. Make sure anybody else who hasn't spoken yet in the hat.
Mike Koval again, Old Hardwick Road. I just speak as far as the police department goes. I lived through no police at night. I went to calls on domestics where we had no police. We had no one there, and it was dangerous situations. You can't, I can comment the chief, maybe someone's coming. Maybe it's coming. We went to multiple scenes, whether it's a domestic or a violent situation, whether it's Stetson, whatever, and we're saying, where are the police? And that's something, this is different, this town's a different town after 11 o'clock sometimes, and I think what we want you guys to be able to go to bed and sleep and let us worry about taking care of the emergencies and taking care of the safety. You go to bed tonight, hopefully you don't have to lock your doors and whatever, but I think that's what the chief's asking, and I think that's what we're asking too. It is dangerous without the police. It was multiply really dangerous when we had no police.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to recognize Mr. Urban because he's had his hand up for a while, and I think then we're going to be done.
I would just like to reiterate the first question that Jason Pimentel raised. If you look at Appendix A and you look at the police budget, there's a side note down at the totals, which is different than every other department where it was actually broken down by line item where the money was going. So it's just a total of 125 for an override to the department. Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the breakdown where you show the overrides on the right of each line item. Is that not the TA recommended budget in the rest of it? The same number?
So we're talking about the override. So the motion is only regarding Appendix A. So anything you see somewhere else is not something we're voting on tonight. Appendix A is the override budget.
Appendix A goes to the end of the book. There's nothing that says this is the end of Appendix A, so it includes
No,
the
I'm
general
sorry,
ledger
that's not,
following that.
that's just not clear. So if you look, Appendix A is 2 pages facing each other. And
So
it
that's
ends-
the total.
That's the total. The next is the general fund operating budget, which is being provided as background information on the overall picture. It would not surprise me at all if there were numbers in that general information back there that didn't get updated during all of the negotiations. The only thing we're voting on right now is the numbers in Appendix A.
But the question on those numbers is how do they affect the total for that department? Because do we not want to make sure our numbers are accurate? The reason I'm asking is, how do we take these intermittent lines and then apply them to the rest of the budget? So when we go through and we want to make sure administratively, I'm not even, that the budget matches each line item above it, we haven't made that mistake, because I see nothing that shows the other numbers plus these numbers equal this total for that. You've revised the budget, not just some random line items. This is a whole second budget. It shouldn't just be an amendment to the other budget. It should have a clear understanding of this is what the total budget is at 2.5. So it should be as thorough as the budget we did under Article 7. Am I misunderstanding?
Well, you're saying that, but that's not what was moved.
I apologize. I didn't mean to.
You're saying that, but that's not what was moved. What was moved is the budget as explained in Appendix A. And I understand that you don't like that there isn't a lot more detail in Appendix A, and you're entitled to have that opinion, but this is proper form. What was moved was the budget in Appendix A, which totals $543,000, but has been amended down to $522,000.
And is represented in the following pages under the general fund operating budget, where on the far right side, override, you have your balance, and then your recommendation includes.
I understand what you're saying, Matt, but what I'm telling you is anything else in this is not what we're talking about tonight. What we're talking about right now is Appendix A and only Appendix A. And if there are errors in the spreadsheet that's printed in the booklet, then there are errors in what's printed in the spreadsheet in the booklet. The only thing that is on the floor is the amended motion, which is Appendix A.
The point I'm trying to make is if we move forward with that and there's errors, we get to go back to special town meeting to fix errors.
Sure.
So I'm trying to ask, do we have an error you need to fix now so we don't have to do that again? Because if you do look at that police budget and you mention $125,000 on this revised layout, you only added $100,000 to the police department budget. Yet you said you're asking for $125,000 for the police department budget. I just am saying, no matter which way you lean on this, I would just still like to make sure we got the numbers right, so we don't have to repeat it later. And that's not my job to figure out. I'm expressing an error I'm asking the town to avoid making.
So I'll ask Mr. Jewell to address that question. Yes, sir.
If I'm not mistaken, that extra $25,000, that was taken from us at special town meeting earlier this year.
Oh, yeah. So there were some cases at special town meeting where department budgets were reduced. So the FY25 represents a reduced number. And so restoring to the services of 25 is restoring to the services before they were reduced, the last June budget. And that came up a few times during that hearing.
Mr. Moderator, I added all the lines here on the police department in Appendix A, Article 9, municipal department overrides, and they all add up to $125,000.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to a vote. I'm not even going to try and do yeas and nays on this. I'm going to ask for tellers. So I need two people who can count. Gentleman in the Red Sox shirt, do you volunteer? And Zach, do you volunteer? Lisa, do you volunteer? Excellent. She's my neighbor, so I get to do that to her. So the way it works with tellers is that you're going to count everybody on this side, and you're going to count the select board up front. Lisa's going to count the finance committee and everybody over on that side. And then you're going to come up and tell me what your counts are, and then we add them all up. So everybody who is in favor of the amended motion under Article 9, which totals $522,623, please stand. I'd say please be seated, but you're mostly all seated. Now we're going to do the same thing for the nays. Ready? Everybody opposed, please stand. Everyone can be seated. The number of yeas was 133. The number of nays was 67. The motion carries. Before we move on, our town council asked me to remind, a lot of you are town employees, and I'm sure that you have lots of opinions about whether we should pass that override at the ballot in August. And you're allowed to have those opinions, and you're allowed to express those opinions, but you're not allowed to do so on company time. You're not allowed to do so using company equipment. So don't use your photocopy, or don't send an email from your town account advocating for it. The ethics rules are strict. So do not say, as a person in this position of authority, I think you should vote this way because of that. You're certainly allowed to express your opinions, and everybody is allowed to express their opinions here. But be careful about expressing your opinions about whether people should vote yes or no in August when you're on company time or when you're presenting yourself as a company employee, all right? So we have already dispensed with Articles 10, 11, and 12, which takes us to Article 13. This is the local option meals tax. Do I have a motion?
Yes, I move the town accept the provisions of Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 64L.
Can you step closer to the microphone, please?
Section 2, so as to impose a local sales tax upon the sale of restaurant meals originating within the town by a vendor at a rate of 0.75% of the gross receipts of the vendor from the sale of restaurant meals.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion of this? Mr. Dixon.
Just as a point of order, I believe Article 12 was not included in the consent agenda, and we may want to revisit that after.
I did not hear a hold on Article 12, did I?
I don't believe it was included in the statement.
So Article 12 was, I read it.
I could be mistaken.
I think. Okay. Let me just check.
Just want to make sure I didn't have it marked down as consent.
Yeah, Article 12 is the Chapter 90 grant, and I definitely read that, didn't I? You think there was a hold on Article 12? Okay. Then we will come back to Article 12 after we dispense with this, just to make sure that we deal with it. Okay, so we're still on the local option meals tax. Yes.
Cheryl Southwick, Walwinet Road. We soundly defeated this last year because taxes always start very minuscule, and once you have it, they climb and climb and climb. And it's just another tax, and we're already taxed out of our means. And it's not that we don't want town services. It's people are trying to live within their budgets, and retired people do not get raises, and so we are living on old salaries or old pensions, whatever you want to call them, and it's a matter of they grow and grow and grow. Point in fact, I got my electric bill, so I looked. I have my records back to 2008, and before that, when the electric companies started putting their little charges, it was only a few cents here and there, so it was only a couple of dollars. In 2008, when, which is as far back as I can go, according to my usage, I was then taxed, they call it charges, I'm sorry, it's taxes. I was charged 42.8% above my usage. Today, when I get my bill, I am now charged 122% of my usage to, so this is what taxes do, and this is why I am against this meals tax, because it really isn't going to help the town at the level, and so I just foresee that it would climb and climb and climb. Thank you.
Dr. Marshall.
Yeah, taxes do that.
I certainly appreciate the comments made by Mrs. Southwick. I get it. There's no question that when we go to our, sort of selectmen workshops and so forth, and there is a strong, I guess, concern that we don't do anything to sort of say consumers who come into our community, they would be the persons who would most likely pay this fee. And it would be 75 cents on every $100 one would spend in the town of Barre. That would go directly to state, would do their thing, and then they send it back to the town. I mean, you're paying it in Hardwick, you're paying it in Gardner, you're paying it in Athol, you're paying it in Worcester, you're paying it in Ware. And the city of Worcester makes $2.2 million a year. Not what maybe we'd make 60,000, but maybe that's almost half a cruiser soon. I understand that it is a tax, but we are just trying to say these are local things that we could do to take the burden off of homeowners. I get it if you don't want to do it, but we feel to at least bring it to the attention, because when you go to Hardwick Crossing, you're paying it. When pretty much everybody around us, almost 60% of all the cities and towns have this tax.
Thank you. In the back.
Thank you. I'm disappointed to see this article in the warrant tonight. We heard last year from restaurant owners in town. We heard from townsfolk. It was voted down. Starting to get a general theme this evening that the voice of the people is not heard by the town leadership, number one. Number two, I think it's a benefit to us that we don't have to pay it in Barre, in our local town, whereas we would if we went to another town. In addition, I get the motivation being to get revenue from people who don't live in the town. However, it still affects the residents of Barre, and I don't understand why we're going to continue to vote on something that was widely discussed and to turn down.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
This, Phil Stevens, Kyra Stevens Farm. This tax is more for like a McDonald's and the chain restaurants in the cities. If we have it in Barre, it's directly focused on small family businesses that are struggling in town. The small restaurants, I don't believe they're doing that well. It's ridiculous to think we're gonna tax ice cream cones and make any money. And I think it's ridiculous too that the Finance Committee didn't even say whether it's gonna bring in $10,000 or $5,000. There's no figure that's been given.
Thank you. Mr. Urban.
I'm not sure, but could I get clarification? I thought there was a certain rule with things like this, that if it gets shot down, you gotta wait like 3 years before you bring it to the town again?
So there is a rule like that for zoning articles, and it only is the next year. You can't bring it up 2 years in a row, a zoning article, unless the planning board votes that it's okay with them to do it, in which case you can even do it then. So pretty much you can have things over and over again. There's no rule against that.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? I think we can go to a vote on this. This just requires a simple majority. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion fails. We're going to roll back one because we're not sure if I said that Article 12 is in the, and it would be a really big mistake if we didn't vote on this. So can I get a motion on Article 12? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I move the town vote to accept any and all highway assistance funds authorized by the state legislature and approved by the Massachusetts Department of Transportation Highway Division under the so-called Chapter 90 Highway Assistance Program for the period from July 1, 2025 through June 30, 2026, and to approve Article 11 as printed in this warrant.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? Yes?
Just a quick question. Anytime I see the word grant now, I think of the $216,000 we got stuck for. Does this grant require paperwork to be filed?
Always.
If so, who is responsible to file it?
The superintendent of the Department of Public Works is responsible for filing the paperwork.
So for this grant, so you take care of that? Well, I understand that, but I'm leery now of everything with the word grant because we got stuck big time with a grant that the paperwork was not filed. Thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. This requires a majority. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Back on track. Article 14, the Department of Public Works Special Act. Do I have a motion? Take all the time you need to fix that microphone.
Yeah, that's a mess. All right. John Dixon, 460 Worcester Road. I move the town vote to approve Article 14 as printed in the warrant providing for a petition for special legislation establishing a Department of Public Works under the Select Board.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. So if you look at your booklet, you find Article 14, there is the entire wording of what we're actually voting on. It starts with the bold, "an act relative to the Department of Public Works in the town of Barre." So I'm going to give everyone just a minute to look that over. We discussed a similar article at a previous meeting, so give you a little context. Our Department of Public Works was put together by a special act of the legislature. So in order to change the way that our Department of Public Works is put together, it requires a different special act of the legislature. We don't have a town charter, and we can't do this with the bylaw. So that's why it's worded the way it is. Yeah, I'll entertain discussion at this time. Did you? How about, Mr. Dixon, could you sort of introduce what you're trying to do?
Sure. So just to start off, for anyone who's looking at this versus last year, there are a couple of changes. I just want to highlight those based on feedback that was given last year. The first being that it's placing the selection of a DPW commissioner directly in the hands of the select board, not the town administrator with the select board. That was a point that was brought up last time, and that was adjusted. It also places level footing for water department and sewer department, and if a highway department is created, but we're not discussing creating a highway department at this time. It just allows that to be something that we would, if we choose to create it in the future, not have to go back to the state for. Ultimately, as was mentioned, the DPW director currently reports to a DPW commission that is made up of the Sewer Commission, Water Commission, and Select Board. These are 9 representatives that oversee all of the aspects. What this would do is it would take the personnel aspect and place that as a report to the town administrator. So the personnel would, like almost all other positions in the town, report to the town administrator. This helps with the human resources aspect of it. The Sewer Commission and Water Commission would still continue to develop and implement projects that the DPW would be working on. They would still oversee the sewer budget, the water budget that we will be talking about later, making recommendations for fees, things like that that they already do. It's just taking the personnel aspect out and making the DPW director effectively, making that position very similar to the fire chief and the police chief in how they report, who they report to, and the authorities that they have in hiring and firing people.
Thank you.
That's the broad view of it.
Did you have a question?
Does this provide more authority to the select board over who's chosen as a superintendent than they currently have?
Mr. Dixon, can you clarify that?
Yes, it does. So the select board would appoint a superintendent the same way they would a fire chief or a police chief, whereas right now it's conducted through the 9-person body of the DPW commission.
Thank you. You have a follow-up?
Yep, and just to follow that up, I would just hope that the town as a whole takes a look at what happened recently where they violated open meeting law in a hiring process, which resulted in family members being hired behind closed doors. So I would advocate that we keep as much open government as we possibly can and not consolidate power.
I'm going to, Mr. Pimentel.
Mr. Moderator, again, as somebody else previously stated, we see a lot of things repeating themselves and coming back up. I have a few questions for John. At the last year's meeting, I believe it got shut down because they didn't have any input from the members of the DPW Commission as to any changes that need to be made. There was nothing brought to the Commission's attention of any issues that were in place that they could possibly correct with the format that is currently in place. He likes to compare it to a police chief or a fire chief. The police chief oversees one department, his department, and he's overseen by the select board. The fire chief oversees one department, just his department. The superintendent oversees 3 departments, which is made up of 3 commissioners for each department. So that gives the input for all the departments into the hiring process for the person that's initially going to be in charge of their department, not just the select board. Another thing that was brought to the town's attention at the last town meeting was the turnover of the town administrator, of the select board. There's no consistency in that whatsoever. Just last year, there was grants that were not followed up on, totaling over $214,000 that the town never got refunded because of oversights of people like Mark Reginas.
Please do not engage in personalities.
That's okay. Yeah, he was talking about me, so. I would just like to keep that, and everybody fresh in their mind that, the turnover and the inconsistencies, there's no stability if we give it all to that particular department, select board, or board by itself. With the commission, there is a bunch of people that have been there for an extended amount of time. There's a lot of years of knowledge that is put into it. They understand what is required for a superintendent that needs to, do the job of their departments. I think it's very valuable information that they all have, and they should have the ultimate authority into the hiring process for the superintendent.
Thank you. Mr. Urban?
I believe right now that the town of Barre has a lot going on. We have, what, 4 or 5 different projects with CMRPC this year. We're currently looking for a new town administrator, working on a part-time fill-in. It's not just an interim, he's a part-time interim, so it's even harder on the board as well. Personally, I feel like they're overwhelmed, and I think to move forward with this and then ask them to figure out how to finalize this and get this figured out is getting back to where I'm saying we're overextended trying to do too much, and because of that, nothing gets done right. So my first thought is, whether you like it or not, I just think it's the wrong time.
In the back?
I would like to support this article, and the reason why is because the select board is comprised of elected positions. So when we're talking about authority, we're talking about putting the hiring in charge, the people in charge of that are people that the people elected. So now if you question somebody's ability to hire a correct person, you can then in the next election vote somebody else to run in and take over for that. I don't believe we have any say over who's on the commission who would be hiring the position currently.
Let me just correct you.
Okay.
You're mistaken. All the commissioners are elected.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I still support this article.
Dr. Marshall?
I truly hesitate to agree with Matt Urban. But I live the tumult that he is talking about, going through 3 different town administrators in my 3 years, going through, and everybody who's the interim is part-time. And it's a very difficult job to try to just manage the threesome that we have and all of the other responsibilities that we have. I welcome the opportunity to work with the Water Commission, the Sewer Commission, and we sort of are, you know, the people who work, I guess, more with the logistics of the finance with the DPW superintendent. It is important to understand that it is a very, if the select board is 1/3 gone in any particular year, and with that person goes experience and et cetera, so that it's difficult. Well, I think that John's idea about making some changes is just the wrong time. I will tell you, I can't do one more thing, work one more day, or lift one more anything, because there is nobody but the 3 of us most days. And I want to thank the Budget and Finance Committee for the amazing job that they have done, sort of helping us get this town meeting off the ground, because it certainly was a very difficult thing for us. So I do think that it is the last thing we need right now is to spend a lot of time, inordinate amounts of time, working with the legislature to make changes, then take the 2 commissions, also elected just by the same people that elect the rest of us, and say, we're in charge now of Mr. Batchelor and what he does. So I'd say I think it is the wrong time, and forgive me, John, because I think the world of you, and you've done terrific stuff. I just know that saddling us with this one more thing, while we have so many other things on the table, is probably not a good thing.
Thank you. Mr. Dixon, you want to say something?
I would. First and foremost, the recent hirings that have been under investigation because they were done improperly, and I take fault for one of those. I was involved in one of those. Those were the DPW commission. Those were not the select board. Select board hirings that have happened have been done properly on video in open meetings with the help of town council, because the DPW commission in general has a fierce independence from the rest of the town and does not like to accept help from a town administrator or from legal counsel. All right, the hirings were by the DPW commission. The DPW commission is not suited for the management of personnel. They are suited for the management of projects. HR is a very different item that you're hiring or electing people for than the management and overseeing of infrastructure projects. It is a unique structure. It is very unique to our town. There have been some that have been attempted. This is a failed experiment on our part. A well-entrenched DPW director faces no accountability. Our former DPW director was working 8 to 12 hours a day and did not even, at a separate job at MWRA, and did not even receive a second to the motion to investigate the double dipping. Did not even receive a second to that motion by the DPW commission, which resulted in additional months of pay from the town. Refusal by the commission to follow state laws in designating a signatory resulted in the apparent forging of signatures once the superintendent was no longer around during the workday. Failure to perform necessary duties was aggressively defended by commissioners. When questioned by members of the public, commissioners consistently demonstrated they had more interest in protecting the superintendent than the interests of the public. Again, refusal to accept assistance from the town administrator. That fierce independence was to protect the DPW superintendent, not to protect the interests of the public. I have no reason to expect our current DPW director is going to abuse the commission structure the way the former one did. But the current structure is set up in a way that is easily abused and is entirely dependent on the integrity and connections of the superintendent. It is dangerous to assume that the next generation will not end up with another major commission failure resulting in far worse outcomes if we don't put better safeguards in place. The DPW director should have the same reporting and accountability structure as the police and fire chief, and the sewer and water commission should have their same responsibilities overseeing projects, not personnel. Thank you.
Thank you. In the back?
Claire Fraser, 62 School Street North. I have to commend someone who is coming before the entire town saying, we can't do another thing. As an educator, we get stuff handed on our plates that we cannot do and we don't have any control over it. We have a selectman who came before us and literally just said, I personally cannot do this. So I think that while it may have founding, they're saying we can't do this, and despite that, bringing forth something. So it's just something to take into account, and the, you know, like as much, Dr. Marshall is an amazing person, and if they can't handle something, like they know for a fact I will go head to head, I will work just as hard as they do because they have been a mentor and a role model for me. If she is saying that she cannot do something, why are we setting up the selectmen for failure when we have already had issues in the past, is my question. And my other question is if, and I don't know the answer, and you probably have the answer for me, is these commissioners on the DPW that people are saying have issues, hypothetically, when is the next election that people are aware then that they could make those changes?
Elections of town elected officials happen in the spring, and most boards that have 3 members are generally that you have one election per board, so that every year there's an opportunity to change out one person if you don't want to vote for the people who are currently there. You had your hand up? I'll recognize you again.
Mr. Moderator, I believe John Dixon is speaking some of his own opinions, not necessarily truths or facts. I would like to just say that, you know, as the select board stated, they don't feel like they can add more stuff to their plate. Maybe they don't all feel that way, maybe they all do, I'm not sure. It seems like some of the things John said about, you know, having connections with people. Seems like it's a lot easier to have connections with 3 people than it is to have connections with 9 people. 9 elected officials that the whole town has say over who is in that position. The town administrator still, you know, works with the DPW superintendent very, very closely. There's personnel policies and HR policies that are in place for every town employee. It doesn't make a difference who oversees it. The policies are in place and they're required to follow them. As far as the town administrator goes, in the last 15 years, I think there's been 11 in the town of Barre, 11 different town administrators. So, I mean, you just think of the turnover. I mean, we're at town meeting, our annual town meeting, and we don't have a town administrator sitting at the table assisting the select board with what's going on here tonight. So, I mean, there's a lot going on here. We got to stick with the way it is now. And again, I asked John a couple questions about, at the last town meeting, it was brought up about working different ideas with the policies and stuff that's in place now to see if any change could be made to make him happy with it. I asked him if he followed up on that after the last town meeting. I didn't get an answer yet. So I don't believe there is an answer, because I don't believe there's any follow-up as far as trying to fix the current setup that we already have in place, rather than just changing it completely. It's been there since 1988, I believe, and if there's any issues, they can be brought forth, and I'm sure they'll be willing to work with them.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take an answer from you, and then I think we're going to go to a vote.
I do have a specific answer on that. At the next DPW Commission meeting, I brought forward an agenda item entitled Resolving Interdepartmental Conflicts. That item was laughed at, ridiculed, and people, quite frankly, yelled at me for bringing it up to their attention. That is what happened with any efforts to bring forward those issues to the DPW Commission. You can watch that video online, and I encourage everyone to do that. Ultimately, my only question is, the Select Board has listed TBD as their recommendation, and I think it's only fair that we get a recommendation from the majority of the Select Board, not one individual. Thank you.
That would be up to them. They have the right to put an opinion or not put an opinion into the, do the other select board members feel inclined to give their opinion on this? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're going to go to a vote. This requires a simple majority. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Oh, hang on just one sec. There's a question. What's the? Oh, I'm sorry. I'll take a point of order, but I've already moved to voting. So let's try that again. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed? No. I think we're going to have to go, I'm going to need my tellers again. All those in favor of the motion, please stand. John, can you deliver your motion to the clerk? Please be seated. All those opposed, please stand. The yeas were 71, the nays were 109. The motion does not pass. Proceeding to Article 15, a motion to rescind prior town meeting votes.
Mr. Moderator, I move the town to rescind the vote taken on Article 15 of the annual town meeting held on June 15th, 2021, Ruggles School generator, and return the unspent balance to the general fund.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, we can move to a vote. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries. So Article 16 was already dealt with. We're going to deal with Article 17 now. There was a hold on that. Can I get a motion on Article 17?
Mr. Moderator, I move the town raise and appropriate the sums of $10,000 to pay for costs associated with the assessor's recertification of properties, $1,500 for special appraisal expenses, $9,000 for cyclical reinspection, and $7,700 for annual interim adjustments, for a total of $28,200 for FY 2026.
I have a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Sir.
Alex Hanks, 183 Broad Street. Quick question for the Finance Committee. Why is there no recommendation on this one?
Mr. Moderator, that's a typographical error. It's favorable.
Finance Committee recommends favorable action. Any other discussion? I'm sorry? Okay. So the Finance Committee recommends favorable action on this. Okay, we're going to go to a vote then. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed? The motion carries. Moving on to Article 18 is a proposed zoning change. Do I have a motion?
Mr. Moderator, Mark Reginas, 300 Spring Hill Road. I move to approve Article 18.
Can you speak loudly and directly into the microphone? Thank you.
I move to approve Article 18 as printed in the warrant.
Thank you. So I'll refer everyone to the booklet. So the gist of it is that we're changing something from R15 to R80. Oh, a motion. Do I have a second on that? Did I remember to ask for a second? Do I have a second on that? I have a motion and a second. Great. So is there any discussion of this zoning change? Yes, sir.
Can you confirm that this is town-owned land, and what is the purpose of changing the zoning?
Can somebody do that? Explain that?
Mr. Moderator, this is town-owned land. This is the former Roger Langley Elementary School property. And the second part of the question was?
Why are we changing the zoning?
We are, the DPW Director and Commission have discussed this, and this property holds gravel on it, and they would like to remove the gravel, take it to the DPW yard facility, and process it to make winter sand, to make processed crushed gravel for the dirt roads, and to make stone. This would be viewed as a cost-saving measure. Although we would have to rent screening equipment, it would still be a cost-saving measure to the town of Barre on some of the products that we already have to buy using our own material, the gravel. Once the gravel is all removed, the town would have an option to, or an exercise an option to sell that property. It would be a house lot. It does meet the square footage for the 80,000 square foot. There is enough acreage there to meet that criteria. The town of Barre bylaw requires that only gravel can be removed in an 80,000 square foot district. So that's why we require the zoning change tonight. We cannot physically take the gravel out as it's currently zoned.
Thank you. Is there someone from the planning board here tonight? Can you just confirm that you held a public hearing regarding this?
Edward Kelly, Chair of the Planning. Yes, we did hold a hearing, and we went over the zoning change.
Thank you. Sir.
So if they're gonna haul gravel out, where they're gonna egress that? Where they're gonna come onto the road? What hours they're gonna operate? Those kind of things.
I think we can get an answer from Mr. Kelly.
Edward Kelly, Chairman of the Planning Board again. So this holds true to the other zoning changes we have coming, but we're strictly voting on the zoning change. Everything else that was said about gravel operations is a moot point. You know, if they said they're gonna put a Starbucks in, it doesn't matter. This is strictly that we're changing from R15 to R80. Nothing else matters. So access, everything else, that's all a moot point.
So just to be clear, what people need to understand is that there are other processes in place for doing graveling operations. They may require special permits, but that is something that the planning board does, but they can't do any of that right now if it's R15.
Correct. If there's a variety of uses that would require special permit, so if they proceed to apply for a special permit, then there would be hearings and additional stipulations that would be set at that time. But that is all beyond this vote.
Thank you. Any other discussion under article? Yes.
Mr. Moderator, I heard you say that they would have the option of selling this parcel after the gravel operations are done for further development. Is that correct?
Someone said that.
Okay. If that is correct, is there any safeguards in place to ensure that there's a fair and opening type of bid process so that nobody gets a particular favor down the road, such as an $80,000 lot being sold to a developer for $40,000? Want to make sure that the town is going to get full value out of that property if we're going to develop it in that manner. Are there any safeguards in place for that?
So that's not really germane to what we're voting on tonight, because we're just, as Mr. Kelly said, we're just voting on changing from R15 to R80. But I think the answer to your question is yes, there are processes in place.
I just think that that's an important future concern for people to put in mind.
Any more discussion? This is a zoning article. Zoning articles have to be passed by a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the zoning change, please say aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries by 2/3. Moving on to Article 19, it's another proposed zoning change.
I move to approve Article 19 as printed in the warrant.
I have a motion. Is there a second? Second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion of Article 19? I'll give you a chance to look it over, but obviously it's a bunch of numbers and you don't know what any of that means. Neither do I, so I think it would be very helpful if the person making the motion could tell us roughly where this is and why are we changing it from R80 to R20?
This property is currently was a gravel operation, and it is abuts the property next to the senior center. The interest in changing the zoning is I would bring water and sewer up to service those houses, which would bring added revenues to the town. It's just not worth it if I stayed with the R40, and the town would lose all the fees that would come, from building the houses.
So I can repeat what he said. It basically is saying that he needs it to be R20 so he can put enough houses on it that it would be feasible to do that sewer and water extension.
Yeah, basically I wouldn't be bringing water and sewer up there if I didn't get the zoning change. And whatever I get that's extra in lots, basically if I do 4 lots, I'm going to be getting 8 lots if I change the zoning, and then it would be worth it to bring the water and the sewer, and I pledge that I'm going to do half of those that I get extra. So the extra 4 lots, I'm going to do them designated over 55. But that's something that we're going to do with the planning board, because right now we're just talking about the zoning change.
So I'm not sure if everybody heard that, but he's saying that the extra lots that this would enable him to build on, he's going to put 55 plus. His intention is to put 55 plus housing there, but as with the previous article, we're not voting on that. We're voting on whether we're going to change this from R80 to R20. Sure. Yeah, please.
Could you please tell me which direction, if you're standing in front of the senior center, which way are you going?
So the question was, if you're standing facing the senior center, is he building on the right side or the left side?
It's towards Town Farm.
The left side.
Okay.
Yep.
Has conservation gone up? Have you done any research on my drinking water wells that
can
are
you
up there?
speak into the microphone and face me?
Well, I'm going to be I'll be bringing water and sewer up there, so it's not going to have any effect on your water.
You are telling me water and sewer lines are not going to have any effect on my wells and all the springs that go to my wells that are on that side of the street?
Whereabouts are you?
I am at 618 South Barre Road.
Yeah. I can't imagine, and you can get any other builder or representative from the highway department, how water and sewer is going to affect your drinking water.
Okay, I think we understand your question, and I'll ask whether anyone from the DPW perhaps could answer whether running water and sewer lines would have effect on neighborhood wells.
Yes, Tim Batchelor, DPW Superintendent. There's no known fact that a water and sewer line will affect anybody's well. We're just digging, he would be just digging a ditch and putting a pipe in. I personally can't see how it would affect a well
Thank you.
Are you sure that digging is not going to interrupt the springs that I have deeds to up in that part of it?
So I need to, please don't respond to that. That's not how town meeting works. If you have a question, you need to come back up to the microphone and direct your question to me.
How do you reassure me that all your digging, excavating, machinery, DPW, is not going to contaminate the wetlands that are up there or disrupt the springs that go to not one well, not two, but 5 wells that are up behind there? Did you know this, sir?
Thank you.
Whereabouts do you live again? On the other side of?
618 South Barry Road.
Yeah.
I have deeds that go back to 1845.
Okay. There's been so much digging up there. I had a gravel operation, so any digging and putting in pipes for water and sewer is not going to bother your wells. I mean, that's a fact. Okay? I mean, would you rather have septic systems up there?
Please always direct your comments to me.
I mean, the other answer is, would you rather have a septic system going into your shallow wells?
Thank you.
Okay?
Yes.
Cheryl, I know, I hate to do that. The last time I did it, I had it loose. Cheryl, Southwick, Winnet Road. I have to feel that if you're doubling the amount of lots you can put in, you're bringing families in, and my concern is the schools. We have the current zoning that we have to protect us from growing too much. So even though you say we could get some revenue from water and sewer, my concern is that now in a couple of years we'll be back here saying Ruggles Lane isn't big enough to handle the population that you're looking to bring in.
I'm not recognizing you yet. Mr. Higgins?
Christopher Higgins, 1157 West Street. I'd like to ask the moderator, ask Jimmy what he would do with the property if this does not pass.
Thank you. You can answer that.
Okay. If this doesn't pass, I'm basically going to file a 40B, which I've already partnered up with somebody, and we'll probably get 30 to 40 units back there. We'll circumvent the current zoning and go through the state. And 20% will be affordable housing. So it's either or.
Okay. Yes.
Patty Micco, South Barry Road. My question is, at the planning board meeting, you had talked about putting a cul-de-sac back
Can you
there
speak
with-
a little louder or?
At the, sorry.
Yeah, no, do that.
At the planning board meeting, you talked about putting a cul-de-sac with 8 houses. How did that turn into, on the paper, 20?
Yes.
Okay, under the zoning, you can put a duplex, and that's where I put the 20 number in there. So it shows that you're gonna have more revenue coming into the town. Just for instance, up at, where I did those houses up by the post office, there's not one person that has a kid in the school, okay? I designed them for people that were over 55. But that's not really the point. I mean, the point is, well, what is the point? No, it's really not that many. It would be basically, right now I got enough frontage for 2 regular lots, okay? If I stay with the R40, I could get 4 more lots in there. My goal was to change the zoning to the R20. Okay, and now I can get 8 lots in there. So we're only talking, it's really, that's 60, if I go with duplexes and sell halves, which we were doing because it makes it more affordable for people, that was my intention.
so about 16.
Yeah, because
That's
I
the
already have
intention.
two
But
frontage,
again,
I've already got two frontage lots.
those are things that are possible. All we're voting on tonight is whether we're going to change the zoning from
Exactly.
80 to 20. Yes.
Lucy Allen, James Street. I feel that, I know we're doing it the way it has to be done, but when we're being asked to change zoning, and we hear all these scenarios, but we're just voting on the zoning and anything can happen anyway, it's almost like being held hostage. you know.
Man in the green shirt.
Hi, Jim. Couple of things. 20 units, average of a couple hundred gallons a day per household, water. We just lost well number 1. It's inactive. Is our old system going to be able to handle it? And could the builder consider maybe trying to see what we could do about getting well number 1 back active? That would really help everybody. Thank you, sir.
Do you have any response to that?
I mean, when you get an approval, you would have to make sure that the water commissioners would have enough water. They'd have to send a letter to the planning board saying that we do have enough water to fulfill the obligation. Okay, so we lost well 1, I don't know, when? It was in 2015. I'm actually on the water department, and we're trying to figure out how we can get that water restored so we don't run out.
You have a follow-up?
Yes, sir. Thank you. 2015, but it was just listed with DEP a month ago that now it's inoperative, and I believe it was operative up to that point. And I would really like to see us if we could get that back going. That's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, well, that's neither here nor there for this discussion. Mr. Dixon.
John Dixon, 460 Worcester Road. It pains me a bit to say it, but I do support what Mr. Caruso is putting forward. I am someone, I regularly for work peer review 40B projects for other towns and municipalities. It is incredibly, incredibly difficult to stop or to modify or change. By bringing these apartments in, we have opportunities that assist the town. For example, things with the wells where we can apply. I know the select board is busy, but there are MassWorks grants that go along with increased housing that we can apply for that would give us hundreds of thousands of dollars in funding to help with these water issues that we're having, that we can hopefully utilize some growth to accommodate. I don't understand the dislike for children, where we need 50+ housing, where we've had a decrease in our schools over the last several years. I think there's space to accommodate that. I think what we are going to need going forward is spaces for younger families to come into town so that as these people who have grown up in Barre are ready to buy houses, they're not leaving to go far away. If you want to preserve the history of Barre, you need to give the people who grew up here a place to live. We need to allow for a bit more growth and a bit more housing in a controlled way. This is a controlled way. 40B is not a controlled way. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urban?
The only other piece I wanted to bring up, a lot of questions that come up with zoning changes is it like spot zoning? Is what's consistent? And the reality is everything on South Barre Road and that right up to the corner of Town Farm is R20. His front lot that he would want to access this back land, if I am correct, and you can confirm, is R20. It's the back land that's R80. So he's just expanding an R20 neighborhood already. So he's not dropping a new R20 out into the farming land portions of our R80 land. Just to give you a better idea, it's just expanding a neighborhood that's already there.
Thank you. I think we're ready to go to a vote on this. This is a zoning change, so this requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The motion carries by 2/3. We have one more zoning tonight. Article 20. Can I get a motion?
My name is Bruce McDonald, 815 Pleasant Street. I move to approve Article 20 as printed in the warrant.
So again, if we look at the article as it's printed in the warrant, we got a bunch of deeds and books and pages. So can you tell us where this is?
Yes, it's, if you're looking at the Barre Family Health Center, it would be the property just to the left of it. We've been running a business there for over 50 years.
So currently that's R20 open residence, and you want to change that to business commercial?
Yes.
Okay. So there's a motion. Is there a second? I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion of this? Yes.
Alex Hanks, 183 Broad Street. I just want to say about time. That is a nice piece of property to finally do something more with.
Any other discussion? I think we can go to a vote. Again, this is a zoning change. This requires a 2/3. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Article 21, contemplating a ban on single-use plastic bags. Do I have a motion? Is there a citizen who wanted to make this motion? Come on up. Maureen, can you help her with the microphone?
Sorry. I move to approve Article 21 as printed in the warrant.
We have a motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. So I'm going to give everyone a chance to look over the proposed bylaw. Yes.
Salathia Anderson, 1090 Walnut Road.
Speak up and into the microphone.
As a wife and mom, I would like to say that single-use Walmart bags, or I mean that's what I call them, but just the plastic bags aren't really single-use. I think everyone has a cabinet in their kitchen that has probably at least 50 in there that we use on a regular basis to wrap diapers with, use as trash bags in our bathrooms. We'd all have to go out and buy those anyway, so why not get them for free? And a lot of other things that I'm sure more than 50% of people use the single-use trash bags for, and there's a lot of studies out there about how single-use is actually more used than the common paper bag replacement. But thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I'll recognize you because you haven't said anything tonight.
Richard Barca, 68 Church Lane. By definition in this warrant, a single-use thick plastic bag would include the trash bags that we're required to use, correct?
I don't think so, and I think it has to do with the fact that the definition.
They don't have handles.
No, I'm just saying it depends on where you get it. So there's an establishment.
Oh, okay.
The bags may be similar, but because no one's giving you products in trash bags, I hope.
Okay, I got it.
The man in the green shirt, please.
Thank you, sir. From an environmental standpoint, I think we should do our part. Our oceans are full of it. I spend a lot of time in the woods and wildlife. I've saw plastic weaved into birds' nests and places. Pollution ends up in some of our lakes, ponds, and streams from it. I would like to do away with them. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Gendron.
Hi, my name is Ralph Gendron, Barre, South Barre. Anyway, two things I want to say. First is technology is changing very quick, and bags are being developed to be biodegradable, and I think if we just wait it out a little bit, we'll see a change in a number of years on that. Another thing is you can recycle the bags, like at Walmart. Lady before me said that she refers to them as Walmart bags, and they have a big bin down here, so if you take that 50 bags you got stored in your closet, just take them down here. They'll take them for you. So that's how they get recycled. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Urban.
Mr. Moderator, is it possible that either a select board member or town council could explain the enforcement process and potentially the burden that could be put on the town, not only to enforce, but to address potential appeals, or how do you have hearings? How is this addressed? I'm just not familiar with how a non-criminal disposition at a local level would be handled and what that burden is to the town on the other side.
Yes.
Jim Saborn, Chief of Police. I would like to just say that the police department was not consulted on this enforcement side of things. We currently have no means of enforcement. I would assume that it would be similar to a parking violation, in which case the town administrator, of which we don't have one right now, is the parking clerk, basically. So if the police department issues a parking citation, they can appeal that to the town administrator. However, like I said, the police department was never consulted in this. I don't know where these fines came from, and there's no enforcement. We can't enforce this at this time.
Okay. Yes.
Lee Radlow, Wowinet Road. Mr. Moderator, in
purpose and intent, it says Barre business establishments. Under definition, it says any business facility that sells or provides, and also it says, but not limited to retail stores and so on. The Barre Food Pantry is a 501c3, and much of the food goes out in plastic bags. It's also paper bags, and some clients bring their own bags. But would this new change cover the food pantry? Originally, I didn't think it did, but reading the definitions, it looks like it would.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but it looks like it to me.
Thank you.
As long as you're providing. I think if someone brought their own plastic bags, that would be fine. But it does seem that it would apply to you. Although I don't think that the police are going to give you a ticket because he just said he won't. Yes.
Elaine Zeus, 218 Nichols Road. I believe this is an opportunity for Barre to become environmentally
Can
conscious.
you get a little closer?
I believe this is an opportunity for Barre to start to become environmentally conscious. I realize there is a great inconvenience to not having those plastic bags that you bring home from the store to all the various millions of things that we put them to use for. But the fact of the matter is, after we're finished using them and we recycle them, they are not going to recycling centers. This is a known fact. And they are going into the ground, and then they are going into the air. They are going into our bodies. They are going into our children's bodies. So I think we have to think long range in terms of being one of the groups of population, you know, that needs to just start thinking about actually taking action on this and dealing with the inconvenience and finding a way to work around it so that this whole dilemma of plastic being in our world, in our bodies, and ruining species, but mainly it's ruining our insides eventually. I think we need to start looking at that and start caring about each other and the environment, and use paper. You know, bring your recyclable bag. And as far as needing plastic bags, I agree with what Ralph said. We do need compostable plastic bags. I hope that gets worked on, and I hope eventually we are at that kind of point where we don't have to worry about it because whatever it's made of, it'll compost into the environment. But how long will that take? And in the meantime, we're just doing more damage.
Thank you.
Stephanie Mahan, 23 Maple. If we stop using the plastic bags that are thin right now, they're just going to do what they did in Worcester and start using really thick plastic bags that are not reusable friendly. My cat chokes on them and they charge me 10 cents for them. All the other towns that did away with the 10 cents now charge me 10 cents for a paper bag. The town grocery store is not that great and people don't like using it as it is. This will just deter us more from using the overpriced grocery store in town.
I think we're going to let some of that go. Corey.
I do think the town grocery store is great.
Yes, sir.
Mark Stein, Summer Street. Is there anyone from any of the businesses that wanted to speak on behalf of this? Because I don't know if they're able to represent, because I would imagine if they have to have all this put in place, that they'd want to be able to speak on it. So I don't know if anyone, again, the grocery store, right, and maybe the pizza places, but I don't know who else would be using plastic.
The convenience store, yeah. If you're such a person, you're more than welcome to come up, but you obviously are not compelled to. Okay, I'll take one more, and then I think we can get on to a vote.
Nancy Mitchell, 171 Peach Street. Just have a comment. So if we get rid of plastic bags, what's going to be next? Water bottles, milk jugs, Ziploc bags. I reuse my plastic bags that I get from the store for, like somebody else said, for bathroom trash, bring in my lunch to work, bring in snacks to work, reuse them over and over again. I don't think there's a need to ban plastic bags.
Thank you. Okay, I think, yeah, why don't you come back, can you come back up?
I have done a lot of research on this issue. And there are biodegradable plastic bags designed, what are they? Corn polymer that can be compostable, but only in a facility. I'm sorry, only in industrial composting facilities. The regular plastic bags are not recyclable except through Home Depot. They turn them into deck boards and such. I've talked to many grocery stores that say they recycle plastic bags, and when I pin them down, they say they just sent them to the recycling center and they're dumped, because we don't have capacity, we don't have the machinery to deal with single-use plastics, and they cause incredible health issues. So when we take them to the transfer station, the Barre dump, they are sent to MRFs where people hope they're recycled, but they're not, because we don't have the machinery to do it. And so they're dumped. And, they affect the air, water, earth. And there are tons of health-related problems. Microplastics have also been endocrine disrupting properties. This can affect...
Yeah, so let me summarize what we've heard so far is that basically the recycling isn't happening, that when you go to Walmart, they just end up taking it to a recycler who dumps it, and that the compostable bags do exist, but they can only be composted in industrial composting facilities.
Yes, and Home Depot is the only place that actually does something with them.
Home Depot turns them into Trex.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm just going to briefly say the health effects. The plastics turn into microplastics. They have properties which disrupt the endocrine system, which affects men, women, everybody, but most damaging is to the child being created. And the microplastics affect children much more, they affect all of us, but much more children. United Nations Educational Scientific... Okay, thank you. The United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations research finds microplastics have been part of the food chain and have been found everywhere in drinking water, salt, beer, and in the soil where we grow our food. So, and they're affecting how much nutrients are in vegetables, besides giving you microplastics. So I'll just end with that. I have more.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to, I'd like to go to a vote if that's all right. This just requires a simple majority. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye. All those opposed say no. The motion fails. Article 22 regarding the old reservoir dam. I'll note that this is a non-binding article, so how you vote will be informative, but will not actually cause any bylaw change or policy change.
Elizabeth Martin, Sheldon Road. Mr. Moderator, I move the town vote to urge the Select Board to accept the offer from Massachusetts Office of Dam Safety in coordination with the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation to access and remove the structure known as the Old Reservoir Dam located within the town of Barre, including all associated infrastructure, appurtenances, and materials necessary for safe and complete removal of the dam, and further to authorize the Select Board to execute agreements or instruments as may be necessary to effectuate the intent of this article, including but not limited to temporary construction easements, rights of entry, or agreements with state and federal agencies, or to take any other action relative thereto.
There's a motion. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second.
Mr. Moderator, can I read an explanation of why we're doing this
Brief.
motion?
Keep
Yes?
it brief.
For those of you who don't know what this is about, the dam in question is on the Prince River in the northern corner of Barre. The Prince River below the dam flows downhill roughly parallel to Williamsville Road, then along Valley Road, crossing 122 in front of the grocery store. The dam holds back a pond of about 35 acres. A couple of years ago, the dam failed a state inspection. The state found no owners and no taxes have been paid for 50 years. In fact, in 1997, the town initiated an action to take the property for unpaid taxes, but then realized that they didn't want to own a dam, so that process was not ever completed. The state came to the Select Board and said the dam was chosen as part of a pilot program to remove old dams, but the Select Board could choose to keep the dam if the town would take ownership. The state would do all the necessary background work and pay for everything, including the preliminary research, whether repair or removal was decided on. The Select Board voted to remove it. They said, we don't want to own a dam. Now, some people objected, so the board rescinded their vote. 2 years have gone by without any decision. Recently, the board informed us they might have found an owner and have given it to the lawyers to figure out. We sincerely doubt that any private owner will be willing to take ownership of a dam which is known to need repairs costing over $1 million and also owes back taxes for 50 years. Many arguments have been made in various directions, but the bottom line is the bottom line. The town can't afford the responsibility and liabilities of owning a dam. Owning the dam would be forever, and we can't see into the future to know what unforeseen expenses may accrue or what disasters may occur. Therefore, we are in favor of removing the dam. Additional benefits are safety for 50-plus properties downstream and improvement of local wildlife habitat. This is the only question that the state asked the Select Board to consider. Does the town want the dam to be removed, or does the town want to own the dam and have it repaired? Therefore, we make this motion to urge the Select Board to accept the state's offer to remove the dam. This vote may help the Select Board to make a decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Robert and Teresa Kane, 760 Williamsville Road. You want me to do it?
No, I will. So we'd like to make 3 points. No one is disputing the fact that something must be done. And as many people know, if they've attended previous Select Board meetings or read our thoughts in the Barre Gazette, we are in favor of repairing the issues with the dam rather than destroying the old reservoir. We believe that repairs will make the dam new again and will mitigate any future danger of flooding without destroying the ecosystem that has been built around the reservoir over the past 175 years, and that future generations living with drought conditions will question why their ancestors would ever throw away this critical water resource.
Preserving the old reservoir is a practical, forward-thinking response to the growing challenges of climate change, providing a critical reserve that could support firefighting, agriculture, wildlife, and even future emergency water needs. Removing the dam would permanently eliminate this potential storage system at a time when protecting water resources is more important than ever. Saving the reservoir is not about preserving the past. It's about securing Barre's future in a changing climate. The second point is there are clearly people who truly believe that otherwise, that the idea of possibly attracting new trout or new fish to a river outweighs the tragedy of killing the hundreds of fish and displacing the wildlife that already thrive there. If that is your stance, we respect that, and we think you should vote to destroy the dam and reservoir. But if you are voting to remove the dam because you have been convinced that it will be too costly to keep it, that we as taxpayers can't add one more thing, then we believe that you have been misled and are not considering a bigger picture. The cost of 5-year inspections and regular maintenance on an essentially new dam will be minimal, easily raised through small grants or fundraising. The real issue is that it will cost at least twice as much to remove the dam than to make repairs to it. $3.5 million versus $1.5. People think that because possibly the state is going to pay for it, that we should choose the most expensive option. We are all still state and federal taxpayers. It is coming from our taxes either way. Why would we spend so much more to destroy something that can be fixed? And the third point is that there is a real possibility that this cost will indeed be laid upon us as a town. That one-time $25 million pilot program for repairs or removals was funded by ARPA money. $20 million of that was awarded to Bel Air Dam in Pittsfield for removal. The application deadline for this program was April 25th, 2025. Barre did not submit the application because the select board was doing consulting and due diligence, and that due diligence took more time and money. Meanwhile, the remaining $5 million has not officially been attributed, but work is already underway to repair Bird Pond Dam in Walpole, strongly suggesting these funds have been depleted. With ARPA funds exhausted and no confirmed replacement at the federal level, small towns like Barre will be left to deal with this aging infrastructure on our own. As of now, in the FY26 Massachusetts budget, there are no active state grants available for new dam projects. The Office of Dam Safety has a proposed new fiscal year budget for FY26 of only $709,000 under certain line 2800 to cover staff and oversight. There's no construction grants available. The governor yesterday just announced a new climate resiliency bond bill proposal that may support this work, likely as loans versus grants, but that still needs to work its way all through the legislative process and could take up to 2 to 5 years. So our question is, if we in fact do have to pay for it out of Barre Town funds, should we still vote to spend more than twice as much, $3.5 million, to remove a significant water resource that can be critical in the future, or spend as little as needed to make sure it is repaired to new? Are you sure you wish to vote for removal if we indeed must foot the bill ourselves?
Thank you. Mr. Urban?
Just to clarify that this vote would have no impact on the direction the select board would make if there are no funds available left. This vote has nothing to do with the town spending their own money to do anything on this. This vote is strictly encouraging the select board to accept the state's offer to remove the dam at their cost. We are asking you to do that before we run out of that time where we still believe there's a window of opportunity to accept the offer and the money is still there. So financially in the long term, that's where you're going to feel the impact. You're not going to feel it for the first 15, 20 years. But you're going to start getting reports from the state every 5 years about the condition based on the inspections, and by year 20, you're talking about, oh, could be a $100,000 repair they're telling you to give. Could be 200,000, it depends on what happened, what goes on. We don't know. What I can tell you, we can't even maintain our bridges without them getting shut down because we don't have the money to maintain them. And we're saying, let's add a dam to the list of the infrastructure. We're gonna ask somebody who we don't even know who we're gonna ask to maintain it. Because it definitely would not fall directly under the DPW supervision unless it's assigned to them. Because dams are not under their purview right now. So just to clarify, we have nothing planned on how to actually manage this in the long run. So I would recommend the town not take on a burden when we have just been talking about all the money we don't have to cover what we're trying to do today. So that's just my point. Plus, I'm a big proponent of returning it to a river and trying to allow it to adapt back to its natural state before we went in, built something, got a pond, and now we're trying to say, well, how we change it's not so bad. Well, we changed it. It's not so bad the way it was either. So I'm just thinking, until you see it and live it, you wouldn't know. There's major impacts by this water when it comes to the heat impact to the waterway and why it affects the cold water fishery. Why the top third of the Prince River is not identified as a cold water fishery is because it's fed from that dam and getting all the hot water off the surface that cooks all summer. One of the reasons it stops running water in the summer is when the rain season stops, the water level drops. It no longer feeds the river from the dam. All the water you get down at Allen's for the rest of that summer is because of the groundwater from the valley itself and the other streams that feed it after the dam. The dam actually holds the water back in low water times. And that does not help the waterway, the fisheries, or the wildlife at the top end of the river before the dam. The dam is preventing the water from actually getting there at certain periods of the year.
Thank you. Mr. Kelly?
Edward Kelly, 685 Gilbert Road. I think that there's just far too much that we don't understand about this. We don't understand what the economics are going to be. We don't understand what the environmental effects are going to be. We don't understand about what the liability is going to be. Right now, we don't know how much water that dam is impounding and preventing flooding downstream. They say remove the dam and it'll prevent flooding. Well, the natural cycle of a river is to flood. And we can't go back to the way things were. If we want to remove this dam and restore the river, then let's restore the river. Let's remove Allen's Foundry. Let's remove the bridge at Valley Road. At the bottom of Mechanic Street, let's tell all of South Barre they need to vacate the 100-year flood. I mean, that would be considered insane. The reason we built Barre Falls is because the Ware River, which is one of many streams, caused additional flooding in South Barre. So you manage the liability by building infrastructure that has engineering to certify its safety. And if we remove the dam, we do invite that liability back of a natural system. And in one of the interviews, at the select board meeting, a lady said that it'd be great if beavers would come back and reestablish themselves. Again, in a natural environment, that would be a great thing to encourage the beavers to come back. But the topography is equivalent to Christian Hill. There's a steep ascent directly down to Allen's Foundry. If you had a heavy rainfall event, the beaver dam fails, you could get a massive flooding event that would be compounding by the dam at the bottom hill at Allen's Foundry. But again, I think there are far too many uncertainties. We haven't had the time. We don't have the time right now to investigate properly because of all the other things the town is dealing with. But in some investigation, I did go and review a dam up in Ashfield. Similar situation, there was a recreational pond, they used it for stormwater management. From his on-the-ground experience, it was $2,000 a year annually in 2 days of maintenance by the DPW. He said it is pennies on a town's budget. So I think that if we're going to explore this, we need to explore this with real numbers, not insinuation about tens of thousands of dollars way down the road, because a 50-year flood could wipe out the bridge down at the Valley Road. What's the cost of that infrastructure? So I think this is a bigger issue than they're making it out to be, and a lot of the people that are pushing this have the ideology that everything natural is good. And I agree with that if it is a natural system. And again, I go back to my first point of, if we are going to pursue a natural system, we need to pursue the entire system, not just this piece in isolation. So I think there's a lot more to it, and I would actually make the motion to table this because I don't think we have enough information to make a decision that is best for the town.
I think Mr. Kelly just made a motion. Is there a second to his motion? I have a motion and a second to table, just so you understand what that means. It's not something we can discuss, so we're just going to have an up or down vote. Motion to table requires 2/3, and if we do that, then we're not going to take a vote on this at all, and it's just going to go away when the meeting dissolves. Okay? So, all those in favor of tabling this, please say aye. All those opposed, say nay. That wasn't 2/3. So we're going to keep this open and get back to discussing the motion. A motion, she just asked to move the question. That also requires 2/3. I'm disinclined to find that in order since we just had a failed motion, and I think we're pretty close. So I'm going to find that out of order, and I'm going to allow Ms. Allen, who's had her hand up, and one other person, and then we're going to move to a vote.
I'd like to urge that we pass this motion tonight. As a historian, this is not a 2-year project. This goes back many, many years to 1851 when the first dam was built. There have been 2 major, major destructive floods from dams in that position. And we have known since 1981 that the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers found that dam not to be in good condition. And it ordered the town to repair it. And the town immediately went seeking for the owners, couldn't find them. That was 1981. That was, what, 44 years ago. 1985, same thing. The state came back. So 40 years ago, the town was looking for the owners and just went, can't do it. A lot more happened. Tax title taking in 1997. And yet the property owner and the billing address in the assessor's records is still Prince River Corporation with an individual's name in Webster. I won't give the name, it's nobody from Barre. He died in 1999. This is not a 2-year issue. We have had since 1963 when the Prince River Corporation dissolved to look at the options. Since 1981, we've known that the state and the federal governments, because it's federal standards that the state goes by, are going to demand something. The one thing that's different this time that didn't happen back in the 1980s and 90s is that the state has made monetary offers and given us several options. And I agree there are questions we don't know, we don't have guarantees, but I do urge that we pass this and urge the select board to, with great haste, find out what we can do and do it.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more, not you, from back here. Yep.
My question is more for the town lawyer. If we own the dam and it breaks and it floods people's houses away, is the town more liable or less liable than if the state destroys the dam? So if you own it, are you liable for the damage? The town owns the dam.
The town does not currently own the dam.
But if they owned it,
So our town attorney will not speculate on a hypothetical because that's what attorneys
well,
say.
I think it's more like I think it's more likely that the town owns the dam and it breaks and it floods and washes people's houses away, so people are going to sue the town. Whereas if the state destroys the dam and the river naturally floods the town, that's God's work.
Thank you.
See?
Okay, I'll recognize you, and then we'll move to a vote. Yep.
Thank you, sir. I'd just like to point out that the whole thing has been flawed by the state's engineers from the beginning. The high hazard classification came from an amount of water that hasn't been there since 1987. AECom claims that there's 590 acre feet of water there. It's simply not true since the breach of the dam. So what put us here in the whole first part of it was misinformation from AECom that was presented to the town of Barre that it was high hazard. In that same meeting, the state's engineer said, oh, well, maybe we can lower the high hazard classification of the dam. That hasn't happened because we haven't pursued it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We're going to move to a vote. This requires a simple majority. Again, I'm going to remind you this is a non-binding resolution, so this is just a vote to urge the select board to make a certain decision. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. Nay. The motion carries. Article 23, authorizations to make payments for previously approved stipends. This is a citizen's petition. Is the citizen who made that prepared to make a motion?
I move to approve Article 23 as printed in the warrant.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Article 23 is asking if the town will appropriate from sewer and water retained earnings $2,500 each from each of those two funds for a total of $5,000 to compensate Shannon O'Connor, services performed as administrative assistant during the DPW superintendent vacancy. So that's the motion. Is there a second? There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, I guess we can go to, oh, you got one?
Hi, Mike Paul again, 330 Spring Hill Road. Was this person already compensated for what she did?
What was the question?
Was the person already compensated for what they did?
I think this has to do with an increase in the compensation, so they were compensated for their work, but they were expecting to get more money for that work. Is that correct?
All of the members of the DPW were given a stipend for stepping up to the plate and doing work that is not typically required in their job description. Mine, per the treasurer and the select board, had to go to town meeting vote for whatever reason. So here we are.
So it sounds like it's a bonus.
Okay, so was this person promised anything, or they just want above and beyond because everybody else did?
I was promised this by the Water and Sewer Commissions, and I have votes at 2 different meetings that were on the agenda, and they have all the commissioners signed those votes. So, yes, this was something that I was promised.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Yes, sir.
Alex Hanks, 183 Broad Street. I just would like to know, why is the Finance Committee no recommendation on this one? And I guess second question, forgive me, is the Select Board's recommendation unfavorable as stated in the guide?
Our finance chair had to leave. Someone else willing to stand up and... no, the question was why did the Finance Committee find this no recommendation?
Sorry, my name is Leanne Spring, 150 Woods Road. Speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, we actually discussed today and decided that it was an unfavorable recommendation.
Okay, so they had a vote, they had a meeting right before our meeting here, so that didn't make it into the book, but they find unfavorable. And he also wanted confirmation that the select board were unfavorable.
I was at that meeting, and I don't remember an unfavorable rating.
Okay. Corey, in the future, please be recognized before you speak.
Since the meeting where the selectmen made an unfavorable vote, we have received documentation from both the Water and the Sewer Commission to support what this individual has just stated. And in addition to that, since the, probably about a week ago, the select board has finalized negotiations with the DPW department that is, unionized, to pay them a stipend, not as much as that, but close. So all department members now who have been involved in the transition work have now been or will be receiving compensation.
Did you take a vote to rescind your previous unfavorable, or? That's okay, I'm just getting a clarification. Do you feel inclined to have a vote right now to rescind your unfavorable? I'm asking the board. Oh, which board? The select board. Well, it is a little different when you're in town meeting, and so if you want to change what's in the packet, you have that power. Gotcha. So the position of the select board is that they made their unfavorable. They had not seen documentation to support this request. They've now seen that documentation, but they're not in a position where they could feel comfortable making a change to their previous decision. Yes, Corey.
They looked at the notes and it was passed over, not unfavorable.
Oh, okay. So we're back to the Finance Committee has no recommendation. So what's printed in the book is the position of those two committees.
If I can, I'm looking at the proposed budget for the sewer department, where there is an increase in salary of almost $6,000 for a position from one budget. So to say that it's not the same amount or it's less than is inaccurate. Would you like the documents I have? They were sent to you as well.
So her statement had to do with stipends being given to union employees, not salary.
Okay. So the additional amount of money was to recognize above and beyond the work that was performed during a several-month period without a superintendent. At the time, Select Board Chair probably thought that she performed no work whatsoever until she wasn't there to perform no work. And then they quickly realized it was an awful lot of work that she was performing. So.
Thank you. Please do not engage in personalities. John, oh yeah, there you are. He's got a blue shirt in front of that blue door, so I couldn't see him. It's camouflaged.
Mr. Moderator, John Chase, 120 Hardwick Road.
Get right down into the microphone.
John Chase, 120 Hardwick Road, also on the Sewer Commission. On our January 30th meeting, we posted the meeting well in advance that we were going to be recognizing Shannon for the work that she did and make a vote on a stipend. We did make that vote. It was unanimous. We voted to pull $2,500 out of the enterprise account on the 30th of January, and that vote was sent along. My understanding, I'm not a water commissioner, my understanding is on the 28th, they voted the same as well to do the same thing. So just for clarification, it was voted on for Shannon to get her stipend for the work that she had done for a very long time.
Thank you. The woman in the back.
Claire Fraser, 62 School Street North. If the selectman is saying that they have confirmation, and we have confirmation in meeting notes that this is approved by 2 different committees, can I ask why it was brought here and not just done?
Well, this is here because a citizen's petition put it here. So there's 2 ways that things get on the warrant. One is that the select board wants it on the warrant, and the other is that a citizen gets a bunch of signatures. The latter happened, which is why it's on the warrant. Can I, the treasurer? Sure.
Mr. Moderator, my understanding from town council, who unfortunately is not here, we have a pro tempore town council at the moment, had already determined that those commissions did not have the authority in order to grant this funds. Town bylaws require a vote of the select board in order to authorize such wages. Neither the water nor sewer commissions had the authority to make these votes in the first place. Further, at the time that they made the votes, there was no appropriation in the budget by this body or any other body in order to pay it. Therefore, as a result, we could not pay it. I have an opinion from town council to that effect. That is why my understanding is that this was later brought to town meeting in order to seek an appropriation. But ultimately, the water and sewer commissions did not have the authority to grant these funds, which is why the payment was not made in the first place.
Thank you. I think that also answered your question.
I have a copy of a letter from the treasurer where it says it should go to town meeting and to be appropriated.
Thank
In
you.
my hand.
I think we understand what happened here, right? So they voted, our town council told the treasurer you can't cut that check because the proper process wasn't followed, but they could go to town meeting and get an appropriation, and we have a citizen petition, which we're now discussing. Mr. Urban.
I would liken this to similarly when the select board negotiates contracts for any employee under contract or unions. When they're negotiating those contracts, they are not beholden to future fiscal year budget approvals. They make decisions based on what they believe is right, and then they present it to the town and say, this is the agreement we made with this employee, and then the town says, okay, pay it because they made that agreement. In this situation, it's money coming from the sewer enterprise and the water enterprise, and those budgets generally do get from the bottom, from the roots. They come from the Water Commission and Sewer Commission, they come to town, they approve the money, and then it moves forward. So in this instance, to me, this is an employee agreement with the elected body that was offering their funds. Otherwise, it could be $7,500 if the select board agreed with general funds, but that didn't come up, which is fine, because the value is still apparently equal to what the rest of the department was getting for similar additional duties above and beyond. So in my mind, this is just the next step in the process of an employee agreement.
Thank you. You had your hand up?
If there is an agreement and it's all in writing, does the town then have a legal concern about having to expend more money if they go through a process like an MCAD discrimination or you know, any kind of wage procedure.
It's always possible that someone might sue the town. However, as the treasurer informed us, our town council told us that that board didn't have that power to make that promise. So,
Yeah, and I'm not asking about the promise that was made, but I'm asking about the current situation is, are we gonna incur risk because a promise was made and they're not acting on it, and it's in writing, and she has agreements from our town that say that she's gonna be paid this, she did the work. Is there a legal risk here? And it doesn't have to be very specific, but is there a legal risk in not paying the money that was already promised to her?
so anybody can sue anybody for anything. So there's always a legal risk of everything. I'm not going to ask town council to address that. Yes, sir.
I'd just like to say, as hard as it was for her, she had the grace to stay and help us pick up the pieces. Beyond that, I feel as though it's right, and if we just let it go without paying her, it's going to be worse in the long run, because I'm sure she's going to have to deal with this, and at this point we should let the poor girl, not the poor girl, let the girl get on with her life. Thank you, sir.
Okay, we're going to go to a vote now. This just requires a simple majority. The motion is printed in the warrant. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The motion carries. We have to go back now to number 5. The water enterprise budget. We have 2 more. 2. We have 2 more things to vote on, folks. Article 5, the water enterprise budget. Can I get a motion?
I make the motion to approve it as written.
We have a motion to approve Article 5 as written in the booklet. I have a second, thank you. If you look at the booklet, there is a series of line items. This is an enterprise budget, which means the water comes in through bills and it goes out to be spent on the operation of the service. Is there any discussion? Mr. Urban.
I just had a quick question regarding the water receipts shown here for FY26. I do understand we've been going through a lot of difficulty with billing, meter accuracy, and confusion with the water users. I'm just curious how confident we are that these receipt numbers are accurate based on some of the meters we've been trying to update, knowing that some of them are not working as well as they should have.
I do not see our DPW chief here, who would be the person that want to answer that question. We have a question as to whether we now trust our water meters and can trust the water receipts number that we're anticipating in this enterprise.
The answer to that is yes. There was 200, just a little over 200 meters that weren't functioning properly. Those people were getting just minimum payments for several years. They have been since fixed, and we're going to be reading next week, and we're going to see what we have, the difference in revenue from the new reading.
Thank you.
But yes, everything is functioning right now properly.
Any other questions? This requires a simple majority. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries. Article 6, Sewer Enterprise Budget. Can I get a motion?
I move the town appropriate the sum of $980,010 for the Sewer Enterprise Fund for the operation and maintenance of the municipal sewer system for fiscal year beginning July 1, 2025, to be funded from the following sources. And you see those sources printed in your report. That would be sewer receipts, retained earnings, salaries, commissioner stipends, expenses, indirect costs.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say nay. The motion carries. I want to thank our Finance Committee and our Select Board for all the work they did leading up to this. As moderator, it's my job to appoint the people sitting at that table, and I'm reappointing Eric Riker and Zach Matzowitz. Close enough. Eric and Zach. I'm reappointing Eric and Zach for another 3-year term. I would entertain a motion to dissolve this meeting. Can I have a second? All those in favor? Opposed? Thank you very much.